What's up, everybody? Volume's so low I can see my own buy order. Yeah. The pre-market volume is really low too, but opening volume's even worse. Uh I don't have an update from Yelia yet, so I'm not sure where delta neutral is right now, but I know max pain moved down. And one of our viewers has been working on like his own delta neutral kind of gamma maximum chart. It's a little different than Yalia's, but I think he was pointing out he's got a DN 150, but call reversal at 111. I'm guessing delta neutral at 101. I don't know. I don't know how to read it. I threw it in the daily DD. I'm muted. Oh, sorry. That should fix that. Did RC tweet this morning? Spreads at about 60 cents at the bid. It's maintaining it too. Oh, that's $1. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Today's the last day of significant FTD covering. Or ETF FTD covering, the last day of the overlap period. So after today, I don't expect a lot until, let's see, probably maybe the 14th, and then definitely OPEX. Also, I was thinking about it a bit last night, and there's absolutely no way that XRT's thresholding wasn't intentional. What's your recommended hangover cure? Do you have one of those like IV places near you that'll just like hook you up with an IV, or like call a nursing service and tell them you're dehydrated? Can you make a separate channel where Shits and Farts sends you not safe for work rants and then you read them sight unseen? I would pay for this. Yeah, cat's looking pretty good this morning. Apple had a little overnight dip. So you guys, well, some of you guys know why I'm watching this. Going on with BP. BP had a little drop overnight. Well, it ran a little bit. It's almost back up. XRT is having a pretty interesting morning as well. We'll see. My theories have been wildly more accurate than Elliott Wave guy. He's said every week for 9 months that we're going to $700. And when he was still on Reddit, he said it every day. I've made no such prediction. Why do you think XRT was intentional? Not think, no. XRT FTDs can be cash settled. There is essentially no reason for it to ever be on the threshold list unless the thresholding of it is 100% intentional by the authorized participants. The Torito of Doom. Super stock people are mostly idiots, so I don't really care about their opinions. Specifically the people that think I'm Elliott Wave guy. I'm not going to use such a broad brush, but 700 end of day confirmed. No, Elliott Wave guy has just been wrong over and over and over again. I think he's been right like twice, and that's why he got popular, because he was right one day on a bounce. What do you think about the TA video SS from James Rowland about the BBKC squeeze? Was that what it was? I think someone DM'd me about it. I didn't get a chance to check it out. This sounds probably accurate. Our moving averages are crossing over, so yeah. They couldn't afford to cash settle for some reason. It's unlikely. It's not that much money. I mean, the notional fails on XRT are sub $5 million or $50 million. They could have covered the 4.2 million already. No, possible. That's why I said I'm not sure if we'll see price action on the 14th or not, but the potential's there. Cash settlement for FTDs would mean there never needs to be a locate. They already don't use a locate in the creation redemption process. They don't care. I've sent you SEC literature on that, Carl. I read it to Koala Hugger when he was in here. I haven't been wrong at all. Philip. There's no liquidity issues. It's an ETF. Yeah, I'm aware that the Elliott Wave guy doesn't know how to do Elliott Waves, but even if he did, it would be fairly inaccurate on GameStop. I think GameStop has nearly the market participation required for Elliott Waves to play out accurately. Exuberance line? Crossing up above this would be nice. In my opinion, we're experiencing fractal. Yesterday's price action was the equivalent to 1.6. We ran to 105, 176 in after hours. Both mark the top of expanding flat wave something, blah, blah, blah. Entropy's still climbing. Congratulations, ASDFZXCV. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. How come it feels like there's a correlation between GME ripping and the SPY go down? If GME goes up, it's always stopped by the SPY going down, taking GME with it. I think what we see is that we see that SLD tends to overlap the OPEX period. So when GME has its quarterly run, we see the SPY taking a hit due to SLD, and that creates negative beta. As far as GME specifically, I don't know how much of a direct effect SLD has on it, but it has some. It's interesting. Our volume's kind of staying fairly high through this. Consolidation for another test of 105. No, just dying off. Yep. Damn, that's a lot of volatility. Hold on, maybe. Nope. This is a weekly, right? Oh, right. Gherk equals FTD guy. I mean, the FTDs are there, dude. You wait for the SEC report and then say something. Sorry, I haven't been wrong at all. Is a gray area. You're fairly sure you were. We would have some sort of run last week of January. We did have a run the last week of January. Forget that so easily. Going up $20 is not normal price action. More? Should we go up that day? At a low of 100 to 119. Can you explain how entropy thesis interacts with the updated FTD timeline and OPEX? Thanks, man. I mean, I think they're still searching for an entropy swap. That's the reason to continue to suppress the price and continue to utilize GameStop shares to borrow, is that they're trying to keep the price in a range where they can actually get a counterparty to the entropy swap. I don't think they've found one yet, though. I think they're probably hedging that swap in advance, but I don't think that they've found a counterparty. Because if they'd found a counterparty, they would stop suppressing the price. 88 to 116 is a run. It's just not the run people wanted. That's not what we expected. But the market's dynamic. Assuming that price action is going to be predicted to the dollar months in advance is absurd. Is there due date Feb 14th if they don't find a counterparty? I mean, the swaps are supposedly being made public on Feb 14th. But no, I'd imagine that they would need a counterparty before OPEX. That's where the danger is presented, right? That's what they need it for. If they find a counterparty, they just let it start running, right? Might be hard to find one given the current market conditions, though. Have you seen Snap? What's it doing? Oh, it's just like falling off a cliff. Oh well. Rejected. I don't know. I guess I'll see if it finds support today and starts to bounce. Is the SPY coming up or down? The rest of tech doing. Facebook's coming. Bouncing a little. Netflix is coming up. I think the SPY will turn around in a minute. Apple's kind of choppy. AMD's also coming back up. Do you think Melvin's new fund has anything to do with that? It's possible. Create another fund to counterparty the swap. Or just create another fund to go long as fuck on GameStop. Citadel doesn't own any of the new fund, right? Is that why they've been internalizing to keep the price low and get someone to take the swap? Likely. Maybe one of those days today. I don't know. It looks like we bounced on VWAP. Could be better than that. Trash. Do better. Guess the amount of shares borrowed today, this week, will tell us a lot about what happens next. Possibly. Yeah, it's the F-man expiration periods, Kyle. But usually in between those periods, we have FTDs that pile up and drive further price action. But with XRT thresholded and no discernible increase in FTDs on GameStop for the last quarter, we're not seeing that pile up. How dare you try to make an educated hypothesis on a trade where the other side is dynamic and has their own ever-evolving strategy. I know, fucking TA, right? Also, weekly strangle for Piton with earnings on deck. I think the problem with getting weeklies for a strangle is you're going to get IV crushed on both sides of the trade. I posted charts that clearly underneath them said this is not a representation of expected price action. Axe capital. Literally, right under the chart, it says that. You can go look. It's been there since I posted it. So app update, good for fundamentals. Are you referring to for Snap? I was just playing a bounce on Snap. It didn't pan out. Yeah, I know about the Google split. I'm gonna start selling uh CSPs on it now. I think the split's this summer. So I'll start selling CSPs on it now. And if I don't fill, then moving into summer, I'll start selling them in the money. Just to bring down my cost basis before the like pre-split run. What about this new narrative that we're entering a super bubble? Really, the PE10 has fallen massively in the last month. I don't I don't think we're in a bubble. We're skirting one. With all the new stuff you found, is it your plan to hold your March 18 calls? I think so. I really don't like holding the super far out of the money ones from after today through probably the 14th. Maybe I'll sell the out of the monies at the end of today and just move them to the 13th. But I mean, I doubt that really affects many people in here. The app update was for GameStop, released their new update with a really clean UI. Oh, cool. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna affect price very much. Looks really nice, but let's see how it holds up. Thanks for your update, Cyple. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that probably it shouldn't do anything to the valuation of the company, right? It's just an app update. Maybe in like forward quarters it'll improve earnings or something. How long does it take to make a new fund? 45 to 90 days. Why would they fake that death threat? Because they're big attention whore. The same reason people fake everything on Reddit. Why would they post it? Check SIF shirts. Lots of cool stuff in my honest opinion. 95p Fab 11 sold. What we got? The first 15 minutes or so. Yeah, looks like a bunch of Feb 1195Ps. A lot of calls coming in. Long time lurker here from Journey. Thanks for doing all this work. Never missed a show. Happy MOASS, bro. Thank you, DC McGee. I appreciate that, man. Any correlation with entropy swap counterparty and Fed saying they weren't going to bail out prime brokers due to risk they took, then mentioned meme stocks? It's possible. They shouldn't bail out the primes. Sometimes primes need to fail. It's healthy for the economy. So they have between 214 218 to find a counterparty. Well, they have between now and 218 to find a counterparty. I don't think they can internalize OPEX, man. That's a lot of fucking money across the entire market. I don't think any fund is big enough to pull that shit off. Maybe the big, like, primes, but the primes are all long on everything. They don't give a shit. They want it to run. I don't think Citadel owns any GME. I don't think they do either. They have options positions, but no reported like holdings. Citadel's a market maker. They should be neutral on everything. I think it's a clear indicator of how they want to develop their e-commerce platform. They want to make it easy and convenient to spend money with them, just like what Amazon did. Yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong, it's good. It's good to have a good mobile app, especially for an e-commerce company. And I still think that that's our nearest term improvement for market cap for the long-term investment. Yeah, I think we're gonna get shorted back down. Hey, Gurk, are we asking today? I don't think so, man. Expect the price to be over 200 when I get home. Or did counterparty take the swap? Given what we know about the suppression techniques being used, they would be foolish. I mean, if they're long volatility, they're gonna want it. So that's why they would take it, but the risk is very high. So it's not like the counterparty is getting fucked by picking up the swap. They may just not want to be involved in the play because of the risk. Thanks, Jay Fresh. When's the next window to grab some GME options? I mean, they're pretty cheap right now, I think. IV is usually at its lowest midday. What happens if they don't get a counterparty to their swap? Well, then the forced covering that comes with OPEX would fucking blow up their position. Or hurt them very badly. If it was, I mean, you're talking about them going into a period of price improvement with no hedge. Seems dangerous. You selling a call? No, I was gonna buy one, but then it started to slip. Oh. Oop. Burn it. If the last day to find a counterparty is the 18th, wouldn't they want to wait past the 14th? Misreporting, then open their position. Well, I think they'd want to enter the position before the 15th, before the short reporting date. I mean, really, GameStop just needs to build a platform where people can spend crypto, right? On real things. If they cash settled XRT, when are XRT managers required to buy back those shares? Like T+3. Which would be, if it was from the 3rd, it would be today. If they cash settled on the 3rd. What are the consequences if they can't find someone to swap with? An unhedged run? Sorry, I just tuned in. Your DD doesn't seem very bullish. Are you selling your calls? No, I might sell my out of the money ones to reduce my like theta cost per day. But I'd only be selling them until the end of this week. So till the 11th, and then I'd be buying them back. But my nearer the money ones, like 180 and down, I'd probably just hold on to. So like my 200s, my 220s, my 250s, those I might kind of just roll, but like a slow roll, like a not a direct roll, but I'd be selling them near end of day today and buying them back on Friday. I don't think that affects most people. I mean, the rest of them are fine as far as theta decay goes. It's the further out of the money a call is, the faster its rate of theta decay. I think you sold the call. I don't have any sold calls on here. XRT, VIX, that stupid Snap YOLO. I have a 200, a 160, and 120 for March. I have shares, and I have DDS, and then I have 4 calls for BP. Down a large percentage. Should I hold now or roll forward while things are cheap? I mean, if they're in April, what are you rolling forward for? Like, there's really no expected price action from end of Feb through March unless we have like a roll period, right, into the futures expiration. So, but even then, April more than covers all of this. Really, before losing any theta. If your April calls are down right now, it's not because of their time constraints, it's because their delta is down. So it's the price. So yeah, I wouldn't say that April's would be worth rolling. I have April 200s. I'm not rolling them. What percentage of a run was our last OPEX? We went from 200 to 250. 201. I guess we dropped to like 196 at our lowest. And then our high was 255, I believe. 250, 220. But remember, we're more illiquid now than we were then. So if volume's similar, then it could be a greater amount. Well, a greater move. Also, they hadn't shorted this hard into our last OPEX. They may have a lot more obligations than we think. Yeah, Jimmy's just following Spy. So part of the swap is, well, part of the hedge might be the 950 puts. We still don't know if that's what those are being used for. It would make sense as a hedge for a entropy swap to get those because they're delta sensitive, right? Maybe there's some non-reg show FTDs. I mean, there's reg show FTDs today, and there's non-reg show FTDs today. But the problem with the thresholding is that it takes our big spikes of XRT FTDs and offsets them around our other big spikes of ETF FTDs. And as we know, FTDs really only have an impact when they're in a large number, right? Like you need a large quantity of net short FTDs. To get price improvement. And so by thresholding, they break, not only do they move when the large numbers of XRT are due, right? They also dilute when XRT FTDs are due. So those large spikes of XRT FTDs are no longer lined up with the large spikes of the rest of the ETF FTDs. Whereas before they would have been one single due date. Like we saw on November 3rd. It could be very difficult for them to find a counterparty. $4K at 956. The candle at 956 shows 10,000 volume. Is it because it's not Henka Ashi? Any platform that isn't Facebook, Twitter, or Google is lit as fuck. If they said you can spend your BTC and ETH at GameStop, it would be massive. Yeah. Did that not fill? Son of a bitch. Lots of Fidelity saying some retail shares have gone missing. I haven't seen this win food stamps. I have no idea, man. So part of the swap is 950 puts. Is there anything else that would pop up to signal that position that we can see? If entropy starts to tick up and reverses trend, or if the price just starts to run without a lot of short pressure, that would indicate that they're hedged. You know how when they cover, like, we don't see them short those days? Like, we don't see puts come in, we don't see shares borrowed, we just see shares returned in the price run. That's kind of what we'd be looking for to indicate that they're hedged is volatile, like upside price movement, right? Because currently even the upside price movement we get is staggered, right? Like when they're covering, like they try not to raise or jump the ask so they don't gap up the price. You know, this like systematic covering of FTDs. We don't want to see that. We want to see like big volume candles, and this would indicate that they're then hedged. Counterparty would be for the entropy swap. I think their variance positions are already in place. We've already started to see like a massive uptick in the OI for like Jan 23 out of the money puts. The OI on these is at like 13,000, 26,000, 10,000. These are part of that replicating basket for the variance swaps. So this OI increase would be representative of a variance swap being entered. So I think we already see the variance positions, but we don't see necessarily that they've entered a entropy position yet. That's what I said earlier. Decay is faster the farther out of the money you are and the closer you are to your expiration. If you're looking super far out like this, see, this'll decay, but the closer you are, well, these have already lost all their theta value. Let me try to think of a way to explain this. So, because the other factors that affect theta are also lower, being out of the money, the impact of theta is greater because there's less value total in the contract to lose. This is because we aren't privy to their plans in any way, but it really feels like everything they're doing is just temporary move rather than having a real long-term plan to win. I can feel their desperation with this possible entropy swap play. I mean, I don't think the entropy swap play is a desperate move. I think it's just something they've been doing all along in order to offset their losses. You bought a weekly call out of the money and the price stock moves up 6% in pre-market. But that causes your out of the money call to go down in value instead of up upon market open. So that moves 6% up. Weekly call out of the money. I mean, it depends on how far out of the money you are. Like that move might not be enough to add value to your call, but it should add value to it. Or are you just talking about it goes up 6% pre-market and then comes back down by open? I mean, if the price of the stock is up 6% in the market, in the pre-market, options are going to be repriced on market open. And then the overnight gain would be factored into the value of the contract. Crypto dump? Ooh. Do I have a Stop. 1 second. Sure that it's covered. Another check of 100p for Feb 11. Did degenerates start selling puts to buy calls? I mean, that's usually what they do. Hmm. With new XRT info, do you still expect your call spread to be profitable? Yeah, I mean, I only really need a test of like 130 or 140 by end of Feb to see profits on pretty much the entire spread. And a test of 150 would be very profitable. A test of like 130 would cover my losses from the last quarter, so break even. As long as there's some improvement in implied volatility, it's not like a slow drive up. What happens if they can't find the shares to cover? Could we just be stuck here? Yeah, there's some situations where like we could stagnate if there's like a margin call or the spot market is too illiquid. But there's no case for illiquidity. Given our average volume. So I don't think they can get this like forbearance. Like to claim like illiquidity, we need to trade like 10,000 shares a day for 90 days. There's no way they've been doing this for without a counterparty ready to take on risk. Hold on. What did you say? But to get into that level of play without a counterparty isn't just risky, it's suicide if it doesn't work. Like, there's no way they've been doing this without a counterparty ready to take on the risk for the past year. They've probably had a pretty steady counterparty for the last year. Whoever wants to be long volatility. And long volatility is not even an unattractive position right now. It just be that it may just mean that nobody wants to take the long volatility position. Maybe they got burned last quarter when volatility didn't bump as much as they thought it would, and they're just really not interested in the play anymore. It's not like it's disadvantageous for somebody else to also, because by being counterparty, they're also hedging their position. Peloton and SOPA dead. I don't know, man. I'm not watching either of those stocks. So variance is not the same as an entropy. No. One of the ways we could tell is when we see apparent 1K distribution in the option chain, right? 1 by K. Yeah, I guess. Would we be able to see that in real time, though? Do we have anything tracking that even, Dork? There's a large quantity of net short FTDs to overflow CNS per ticker. So 100 GME holding ETFs, so smaller FTD counts won't overload CNS. Yes. So it is per ticker. It's each of those is net settled on their own. I mean, theoretically, if they had infinite money, they could sustain massive fails on GME forever. They don't have infinite money, so they can't, but as long as they could divide it up into enough separate CNS pipelines. Also, a lot of ETFs aren't complicit in doing the same things that XRT is willing to do. XRT retesting. Yeah, XRT's looking good. Do you have your online items program to change BTC costs based on where the price is, though, right? I mean, yeah, you'd have to. I mean, this just looks like it's running pretty hard, and next resistance. I mean, 40 seems to be tough, but it's already broken. I'd watch and see if it tries to kind of fall back down at 40. If it keeps pushing, just start getting ready to set stop limits and follow the trend. What's GameStop saying new is the name now? I have no idea. I don't think it matters. Any word of J Fresh's DD? He's working on one right now. We might put it out like tonight or the next day. I just remember that we found one on January 25th of last year or something like that. Okay. $600,000 deep in the money leaps, 60 to 70 C. That seems relevant. Entropy swaps are like the next best thing to shares futures as a variant swap hedge. Makes total sense to use them on a liquid as fuck stock like GME where shares are scarce. Yeah. 800K deep in the money leaps. 670 and 600K of May. That's big. That's a big bullish bet. Are they, I mean, are the 120s sold or bought? I'll just look. Ooh, wow. Call volume's really fucking outpacing today. 4-1 notional. May 20. Yeah, those are bought. 1.1 million worth. Interesting. Bar rate up to 2.8. I'm gonna update Reddit 1 second. Someone's loading up. It could be. It's a lot of money. Can you show how you tell if data on shift search for put call means bought or sold? Your best bet is to look at the bid ask. Sometimes you can't tell. Sometimes they're too near the midpoint, and it's hard to tell if they're bought or sold. But then you can click on the individual stock and you'll see something like this or like this. And this means that the price they're being traded at is dropping. This means it's going up. Generally when they're bought, if they look like they're bought and the price is going up, that kind of confirms it as the ask is being driven up. And if they're being sold and the price is dropping, it's because the bid is dropping. So that gives you a little more insight. It's not the best source for proving if they're bought or sold, but it you can get some relative idea. You can also look for increased OI to confirm if they're sold. I've read your DDJ Fresh. It definitely doesn't confirm that. Did you check the Circle TA posted on Reddit? Circle TA? No. Jesus. Like if I don't even want to know. Like they're doing like fib circles. Anything for an upvote. Very low volume considering it's a huge FTD day. It's not a huge FTD day. It's an FTD day. It's one of the better ones, but it's still very early. It's only an hour into market open. I expect our end of day volume to be around 2 million. Remember, XRT FTDs are offset, so they're not going to be realized today. Or at least the spike in XRT FTDs isn't realized today. I hope my order fill. I'm only $50 below the bid. I think that might be why, Carl. Is the DD bearish? No. DD confirms that puts cost same like shares. It does, actually. Do we not have 1,000 likes? Wow. Could this OPEX be 800% like last year, or why not? It could be. I don't really think we have the volume anymore to sustain a run like that. We definitely don't have the same like open interest we did back in last Feb. Thanks, Krispy Kreme Pie. What's the days when we had an exponentially rising floor? Those were cool. June, May, June. Does entering a limit sell order against your shares prevent the share from being loaned out? Theoretically, not really, because they can satisfy it internally and then they have T+2 to get the shares, like the broker does. There's a cycle TA that goes through and shows the amount of days between runs and peaks and shows that we're due for a run in the next few days. It's probably not wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's just an extremely simplified version of the same thing I said months ago. I saw it. But, I mean, whatever helps people understand, right? And all the OPEX peaks are equidistant because they all occur in the same time frame. I made a video probably 6 months ago explaining movement of a possible MOASS halting for days. Did you say today you see the same pattern, same power? I mean, that's you're talking about a short squeeze scenario, Alien. So yeah, I mean, if a short squeeze occurs, that holds true. Are we short squeezing right now? No. It's a big change in the way the stock is being traded from this to a short squeeze. I made a video probably. Hello from Guadalajara. What's up, Sven? People are too worn down. Who benefits from the counterparty of these swaps? Somebody long volatility? Yeah. That would be the interested, most likely the interested counterparty, or somebody who wanted neutral or negative gamma exposure. So either somebody who wanted to short, which is probably unlikely, or somebody that wanted to be like wanted to be unexposed to price but long volatility. What's your price target on your bull case? Like for the OPEX run, Coma? 130 to 140. Yeah, DDS is moving up a little bit this morning. XRT is moving up too. I think XRT's tweet meant Marge calling. Maybe. I mean, if a margin call occurred at any point in the last like 90 days on a GameStop position, like that would just fuck all the predictions up. Like everything would just fall apart. Especially if they got those like FINRA deferrals for the liquidity deposit, then you know it could be quite some time before we see anything happen. I don't see how that would happen at our current price though. If they weren't margin called at 250 in November, I highly doubt they'd be margin called now at 103. So generally our OPEC states, like if you look at last Feb, May, and August, we kind of just went straight up. November was the outlier. November, that was like our pattern. Like they hedged in advance of the OPEC state. And then we ran for 2 days after and then immediately fell off. The rest of these OPEC states, you know, Feb and May, we continued up into the CME roll date. August, we even spiked a little higher a couple days later before falling off. But all of these were significantly more volatile, and the majority of the price action occurred on the T+2 day from OPEX, right? So from like Feb, I think it was Feb 25th is when it ran. May 25th, August 24th. So these were all the T+2 days, or within the T+2 window for those expiries. Except November. November we still peaked on the T+2. But the rug pull was tremendous. Like you know, we lost $20-$30 same day. So a little bit different here in that they hedged a lot of the price action in advance. And so if they hedge in advance, so from Feb 14, if we start seeing a slow increase in price into the Feb 18th expiry, we should be very wary of the T+2 window because it may not have the volume or volatility we expect from previous runs. It may be more like November where, you know, we see our peak here, but it's short-lived and immediately falls off. If we don't see anything into Feb 18th and the price remains stagnant, that's probably a pretty good sign for the T+2 window, right? As that means that all of that price action, whatever it may be, will be packed into a very narrow period. And so that creates more volatility to the upside. We've been making higher lows since the 4th, so that's kind of nice. That's good, yeah. Actually, today we have a really stable floor, unusually so, but still below max pain. JP Morgan strategist sees surefire sign it's time to buy stocks. VIX buy signal has proven 100% accurate outside of recessions. Indicator supports JPM believes that equities offer upside. Yeah, I agree. I think that we saw a lot of market value lost in the last couple months due to fears of uh, quantitative tightening and a hawkish Fed, and I really don't think that's going to play out the way like the broader economy assumes. And so I think a lot of the value lost was, based on those fears, and I don't think it's going to be realized. I think the Fed is going to be more dovish than expected, and even if we do see a rate increase, I think it'll be just for a like they'll do it and pull it back, just temporarily, because I don't think most of our inflation factors are non-transitory. Some of them are, but to a far lesser degree than the transitory ones. Was there any expectation of price movement beyond 105 today? That'll depend on options volume. I mean, if they're just going to net settle FTDs in this channel for the rest of the day, I really don't think we're going to see anything spectacular occur. Max pain's right here. I think Delta Neutral's here at 101, but I'm not sure because I haven't heard back from Yelia. It's probably busy today. Um, so we're kind of just in this channel. I think they'll try to cover as much as they feasibly can within here. If the market continues to push up, which I think it's doing right now, then there's some, maybe we can break max pain. If we break 111, that's significant. Um, that gives us a lot more momentum. XRT broke $80. Yeah, I see that. My calls are moving up. Ooh. XRT's actually like climbing quite a bit. The SPY's kind of ripping too. Cool. Make some money today. Is this just gonna push through 448? Looks good. Yep. Hmm. GameStop might actually move today. Interesting. EDS is fucking moving quick. I buy more of this shit. Nope. Dang that off. Should have just bought shares of this. What's your price target if no squeeze? I'm stuck on thinking that it should be same market cap as Best Buy. I would say that we could do probably another 15 near term, maybe 30 longer term billion in market cap from e-commerce. Let's say like 3 to 5 year window. The NFT marketplace, maybe like 2 to 5 billion in the short term. It could exceed this, but we don't really know. I would say on the high end, maybe 10. I don't know how much the reduction in stores would affect the market cap. It would be beneficial, right? Because it would lower operating expenses. But I haven't really dug through the last 10Q. So figure somewhere between like 17 to 40 billion in the next 3 to 5 years. Like just from a value analysis, nothing to do with the potential squeeze or anything like that. Entropy swaps are hedged with options, but a swap agreement is it's a type of futures contract. JWN on the move too. Let's fucking go. Let's. Spybrook 448. Oh, it's getting stuck. Well, it's bogging down a little bit, but it looks bullish. Baba's ripping today. Up 5%. What's Cat looking like? Cat came back down. Not enough. I have these 195s and they're green, but it's just like they're just burning theta and the price is staying relatively flat at this 200 range. It's annoying. Hold on. What's Facebook doing? Facebook's having a hard time regaining 225. Tesla looks good. This looks like a strong bounce. I need to redraw this because this is days old. Here. Tesla looks good for a test of like 940 in the next couple days. If this keeps up. Even today. GameStop's pushing back up again a little bit. Yeah, March 150 will print at those prices. I think 150 is possible, but 130 to 140 would be my conservative expectation. At least, like, we may even peak higher than this. We could peak as high. Like, if our run mimics the previous runs, right? Like, this is 130. We'll trade some volume on either side, more in this price range, 140. But our peak could be as high as like 160. Don't get me wrong, this could be more momentous, but this would be the conservative estimate based on our previous OPEX runs. Don't forget that, like, if the entropy swap thing plays out, then that could be the reason that the price continues to run into the roll date. And so then obviously higher, if we had a run similar to last February or last May, then that could continue up to like the 300s. But right now it doesn't, we can't confirm that, right? We need to continue to go up after the OPEX date to confirm a run into the futures roll date. So we'd be looking at OPEX, right? And then so the T+2 window from OPEX, which is out through Feb 25th, right? Because there's a holiday. Feb 25th. And then there's going to be some gamma action from this, right? Unless they just slam the price back down like November. Especially if this is significant. If this is like a $50+ gain and it stabilizes, then there'll be some gamma exposure, especially if it stabilizes into that Friday, right? Because of the hedging that has to be done after hours. If we start to go up on the 25th and continue up, that indicates that we're moving into that that type of roll scenario. But we can't confirm this until after OPEX has played out. But even when this does, even when they do roll, we do get like a couple days. If I can go back and show you, we get like a couple days of like stagnation before it really takes off. Like even in Feb, we had this window where price kind of climbed, but it wasn't significant gains per day, right? And then as we approached, the futures roll, price action picked up significantly. And then if we look at June, similar thing, right? We have our OPEX run, and then it kind of continues up and then stagnates here a little bit, jumps, stagnates again, and then jumps up again right into our shareholder meeting. Which was the day before the futures roll, which was here. So yeah, we'll get some time and some stabilization to confirm if we're going to continue up after the OPEX is settled. Our margin call is also dependent on their other positions. Yes. But we've seen a lot of big sell-offs in tech and holdings that we know Citadel has, that we know Melvin has. So some core positions have taken a hit recently. For a lot of funds, not just the ones short GameStop, obviously. Like FANG stocks represent significant. Also, Tesla's taken a hit recently. SPY in an ascending channel long term too. I mean, the SPY looks good in the short term, but I worry that it's part of a larger bearish signal. So I think it can see some improvement now, like the next couple days, maybe a retest of like 452, 454. Um, but SLD is approaching pretty quickly, and I think we're going to take another fairly steep hit. Jesus. XRT still running. What's BBBY doing? This Express is running. EQQQ is coming up. DDS is falling off a bit. Looks like some shorting though. If they fail to get an entropy swap, should we expect a smaller OPEX run due to them trying to suppress it? That's possible. It may be that what we saw in November was them failing to procure an entropy swap for the OPEX run. We entered November higher than any other OPEX run, right? Like our relative price going into the run was higher than it had ever been before. And it's possible that's why we saw them start to hedge in advance, was in order to diminish the velocity of the run, right? If we look at November's entry into, the fuck is that? If we look at November's entry into OPEX and previous OPEXs, like Feb was down at 40. We entered the OPEX run in May at 143 and August at 152. But we entered the OPEX run in November starting at a low of 196. And so it may be that they couldn't have gotten an entropy swap here. And that they had to pre-hedge the run in order to try to suppress it. At this price point, I don't know if they will pre-hedge it. I mean, we're much lower now. I mean, $100 lower than where we entered the November run. Why are you watching Apple? Oh, so my covered calls that I have on Apple are coming due, and there was a good entry here at like 170, which I missed, but I was actually aiming for a lower entry below 169. I was hoping that it would fail this test of this upper resistance and fall back down. And then I was gonna sell some puts and buy in here for the run back up. I was hoping that this kind of cycled out before SLD started and it sees some value loss. And then also I'm looking for a place to roll forward my covered calls. So I'm just kind of paying attention to it, and then I won't probably look at it for like another 45 days. if we don't MOASS at all, or at least not in the next couple of months, but just continue an uptrend in price, how long do you see yourself continuing the daily streams? I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping till we squeeze or it's definitively over. Do you mean weekly 200C safe? For what, JC? For covered calls? Okay, here's a cool thing about having a open call position and shares. If you have like a March 105, right? That hedges a covered call if you sell a covered call above it. Because you can sell your, like, if the price runs, you can sell your in the money call and buy back your covered call. Good morning, Trina. Won't the price action you just described lead us up the gamma ramp? It could, yeah. If we can break 111, it seems pretty significant. What does it mean? Anything to you if we don't move on the OPEX timeframes? If we don't move on the OPEX timeframe, it implies that there is a significant reduction in their quarterly exposure on their GameStop position. What am I clipping? Dr. Stonklove? Is the current gamma ramp we have in place taken into account for your price predictions? It's not. Although I should probably take Yelya's gamma maximum into account. Which was, I believe, oh, here's the update. Gamma maximum from Yelya is around 130. And so on our runs, we tend to break a little higher than gamma maximum, but then kind of come back down. And gamma maximum is kind of low right now. Delta neutral at 96.45 today, gamma max at 136.87. So that's why I say like 140-ish. Because we can break through the gamma maximum briefly, but if FOMO doesn't come in, then there's nothing to sustain the price at that point anymore. When is SLD? SLD should begin the third Wednesday of the month. For now, and then it's changing moving into March, and then I've got to figure out how exactly that change works still. I've been making a pretty decent amount of money off of these monthly SLD cycles, and so I want to be able to continue to track it, and I'll update you guys obviously as soon as I figure out how exactly that shift is going to play out. AM and BBBY moving a little today too. I guess ETF FTDs can cause price movement as long as they're in a great enough number. Yeah. Supplemental liquidity deposits through FINRA. I want to get on the Discord channel. Who can hook me up? Oh, it's down below. And then if you want to add yourself to the Dillionaires Country Club, DeBras, you can just check out the announcements channel and the instructions are pinned there. Aspiring Artist, thank you so much for the Cornishon membership, dude. I appreciate it. That has nothing to do with RRP. Excuse me to watch every day of that yearly chart. Oh, that's significant. I think this is just, I think this is a move with the market, but do I take a small bet here on us crossing? I was asking for you to clip what happens during OPEX. Oh, sorry, man. Yeah, I'm super far behind on chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'll try to catch up. If I missed your question, just ask me again. Moving up on low volume, bullish, or are we just moving with the market? I think we're moving with the market, but it also indicates a lack of suppression, and this volume trend is very bullish. Interesting. Ooh, some of my fucking March 200s and 220s are ticking up. Next resistance, 110. Actually, here at 107.41. This has presented some serious resistance in the past on a breakout. I want to roll my Feb 18, so I'm also worried I miss out on capturing value as we move upwards. Should I wait out one more week before rolling to March? I mean, if you were going to roll Feb 18s, you should have rolled them like a couple weeks ago before they lost a shitload of theta value. What's up, Dettles? 741. Rate is up to 2.8. Yeah, I know. Explain, like I'm 5, what you mean by hedging against your covered calls. So you can hedge a covered call by buying a nearer the money put. So if you were to sell a 120C and you're holding like a 115C, then this would be this covered call would be hedged, right? Because if the price were to run above 115, you would be able to sell this and buy back your covered call. Baby stuck to me. It's good to see you, Dettles. You'd be proud of Joey's memes. That's weird. You just skipped like 10 minutes of comments. Come on. I mean, the chat. So when I scroll down, it just jumps to the most recent comment. And then I have to like go back and find my place at a certain timestamp. I've got 2,000 people in here. I try to answer everything, but obviously that's not fucking possible. Where are all the shills now? Why are the shills never here when the stock is green? Yeah, this price action has... Shills get fired when the stock runs. Please explain what happens if Marge called. They would be given a deferral period likely in order to settle that margin. If they were unable to settle that margin within the time frame, then they would be liquidated. I only have one level 1 options and Fidelity. What do? I don't know. Sell covered calls and cash secured puts. This is bullshit. I have a question I want answered immediately. What software do you use to chart? Thank you, Danrod. You know what it is? I think that a lot of people think that the price moves for other reasons than the ones I've described. And it doesn't. There is no other noticeable effect on price action besides FTDs and the options chain and shorting. Oh, sorry, covering of the shorting FTDs in the options chain. Contrary to popular belief, technical analysis does not move the price of a stock. Did you see all of the DRS on the chart during that last spike? Fuck you, JFresh. I wonder how stable this uptrend is. JFresh for mod. No, he'll ban everyone. We've already been over this. How does it feel to be wrong again? Fucking great, Ben. Why never answer big questions? Little get pick. Big questions, asker make mad. Humph. What was the big question? How much of what you see happen with GME happens with other stocks? I mean, all the stocks that we know of in like that same like consumer discretionary basket run similarly to GameStop. Outside of that, there's different cycles for different stocks. I've noticed that like BBIG, IRNT, like MMAT, those plays seem to be on a cycle, but it's different than GameStop's, and I haven't really dedicated any time to analyzing it. But I mean, it's this like long short volatility positions is definitely market wide, right? Like they make a lot of money off of it in multiple equities. Max Gamma's 136. Discord. What am I looking at? They be covering Feb 14th exposure early, like they ran early in November. I mean, we have FTDs due today, but no, it mostly just looks like we're pulling up with the like larger market. Is Freg here? It's fake Freg? I can figure that out on my own, thank you. It seems the array of aggressive suppression tactics we've seen since November indicate that internally short hedge fund know this is required to hopefully prevent MOASS during Feb OPEX. Thoughts? I think their goal is to prevent a squeeze scenario in every OPEX run up. Hmm. I seem to have lost it. Yeah, the gamma ramp is still there. Are all my options numbers green? Did I do something wrong? Probably not. Do I DRS my empathy swaps? About a 120 weekly. Where can I get help? figure it out if this is the real frag. The real frag would be able to describe our ideal night out. Stock Sarah? Stefan? Did you see the Feb 18C Avengers video? I didn't. I don't know why. I don't know why people didn't roll Feb 18s, but good on them. Who's draw a super tiny wedge? I mean, this is bullish. Like, we're looking good. I don't know why you want me to draw a tiny wedge. What proof do we have that the shorts have not closed or have doubled down? I mean, the ETF flow data and the number of FTDs through ETFs and the massive amount of shorting occurring on GameStop and the fact that 3 GameStop containing ETFs were reg showed all at the time that shorting began and reached its peak. It's far too many data sets all pointing at the same thing. They wouldn't be shorting this hard if they were closed out of the position, right? Like, there's no point. Why bother? Why continue to release news articles every day that GameStop is a bad investment? Believe me, Bazinga's not trying to protect you. Yeah, our yearly VWAP's still up around 180. Although it's moved down as we've traded more and more volume at this low price point, but it's still much higher than where we are now. I think it's at like 182 the last time I looked. I mean, nobody was. Did we roll at negative 96? Yeah. I don't think anybody was at negative 96 in January on Feb options, unless they bought them during the November run. But I don't think so. I think most people bought before futures expiry and before Jan 21. Is this someone buying in or liquidity test? I think the market's just ripping. XRT's pumping up. It's just a good green day, and we have a lot of delta on the chain. So also, I think delta sensitivity today is kind of low. I need to update the post with Yelya's model for today. But there's no real changes except that delta sensitivity spike kind of died off. I mean, this would be a good time for them to run it with delta sensitivity low. That's too poor to you. But Fidelity is weird about it. It makes you do a 1-to-1 roll. I mean, to roll, you just sell your call and buy a new one. You don't use brokerage rolls because they'll sell your calls at the bid and they'll buy the new calls that they ask. And you'll lose like hundreds of dollars using like Fidelity's contract roll or, you know, the similar thing at other brokerages. It's shit. Don't do that. Rolling is simple. You just sell a call and then buy another call further out. This is not a complicated fucking process. Rolling earlier to preserve theta value is more efficient. Is there a reason to not roll now? I have no idea. That's based on your own position. You see how the UBAT got death threats? I think that post is fucking manufactured and fake. No one would bother writing the bat a death threat for their shit DD about seller boxing. Nope, I've been writing my febs since November. Jesus. That was never the window to buy for Feb. That was the window to buy for January. Well, hopefully it goes up. Even then, everything else is down. So unless you bought them on like the peak in November when Ivy was at its highest, which just means that you entered chasing. Because I had febs that I bought before the November run and I rolled them and they still had some value. I mean, they weren't great, but I only buy at the peak of runs. This play better work out. I promised a lot of money to my wife's boyfriend. If I don't deliver, I might not ever be able to see the kids again. Bullish. Max Payne's 105. So we're above Max Payne already. It's down here. The next point we care about is like here at 111. That's kind of where I think where the gamma ramp takes off. Let me double check that though. Actually, we start kind of gamma ramping up to like around 120 already. Put call reversals at 111. Jimmy's going up, so now I like you again. Thanks, Phoenix Fire. Put the bull image up. So if the plunge protection team curbed a market crash by selling puts into the market to cool volatility, maybe that's where finding a counterparty for interest fee swaps could be proving difficult. That's possible, but there's no proof of that happening. Waning patience. I was the one that brought it up in the first place, just because it's fun to talk about, and I regret doing so. I'm gonna get pretty hyped at a cross of 111. A cross of 120 looks pretty significant as well. Let me look at the. Let's take a look at the max pain for today. It's the wrong fucking website. Damn it. So I guess across. I mean, really based on this morning's data, like a cross of 112, I think. And then the hedging starts to become a lot more call favored. But we kind of lose momentum on the ramp here at like 148, 150. And then not I mean, there's some maybe we could keep moving. Actually, it doesn't look that terrible. I mean, it's kind of spread out, but it could continue up. I mean, potentially there's decent OI. I don't know if it'll be enough to move us after 150, but there's some if some FOMO picks up. Maybe. It definitely loses a lot of concentration in this like 150 to 180 range. But here we go. Let's fucking find out. Oh, look at me, wrong again. Figures. Suppose we run to 150, 175 peak this cycle, but I have strikes at 200 for April bought today. Yeah, those would be massively profitable with the IV spike RR if we were to run to 150, 175. I'm gonna update Reddit. Oh man, chat's going crazy. Hold on. I'm trying to. Wow, that jumped forward really fast. I love you. I wish I was you. Kiss. Thank you, someone. Well, this shit's getting real spicy. Look at our boy go. But I have a shitload of XRT calls. I have like 30 right here. I couldn't jump more on them if I wanted to. Riley Reed for MOASS. Thank you, Shids and Fards. I don't know what makes me harder. These green bars or your ego. Could be both. Confidence is a very attractive quality. I could have sworn you mentioned 2.8 last week. I've mentioned 2.8 for months. It's crazy how fast your call value changes on this stock. Remember that the next time you're down a little bit. Ooh, fighting back. Everything hitting a wall right now. A little bit. I know answer. I did answer you. Grease of a bitch. I'm just gonna say for the haters in the back, Gurk, you're a fucking legend and you've been right all this time. I know. Thanks. Collaborate with Riley Reid. Or she's good with head and shoulders formations. Seems like content more suited to the educational channel. Stock goes down when you update Reddit. So they're not watching the stream, they just watch the Reddit post. How do you confirm this run is over and time to sell contracts? Hard to say. I'm not really selling any contracts on this probably, unless it goes higher. Spy's pushing back up again. XRT 180. I should have bought more spy calls this morning. Stupid. Oh well. Ko-Fi, 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 Ko-Fi. Okay, fine. Check Pigeonwell chat. I chugged the red away just for you. Riku. Thank you so much, Darth Dan. I appreciate that. Wink. What was the volume on that run? Hard for me to check at work. I can 50, well, 30 minutes. About 800,000. Yeah, I know. I haven't added Yelya's update yet. Yelya didn't update me till like just a little while ago, so that's why I haven't added it to the daily yet. I have to copy and paste it over there. I'll do it in a second. Y'all see the bar rates increase again? Yeah, it was at like 2.8. Only 800K got us moving this good. Yeah, and that's not all long volume. That's just the total volume. How's that 2 million volume by end of day looking to you? Better. The only thing that upsets me is this decline through Jan. It would be so much nicer if we were above 200, mostly because I've been out of cash since November. I mean, everyone's happier when the majority of positions are in the money, right? Lots of calls rolled on that run. As long as they were rolled, right, and the delta exposure keeps up. I remember you saying earlier 111 was a significant number. Are you feeling some more move to the upside? Yeah, I think we can move again later into today. Is Moonwind safe? We'll see. Multi-blues, has anyone really been far? Even has decided to use even go want to look more like? Fuck you, man. Just, what a dick. Bipolar Bear's in the chat. I'm not unbanning Koala Hugger. He's a dickhead. A super stock hypocrisy, eating up the guy's post about quarterly algo cycles and that retail has no control over price. On the other hand, insisting that DRS is working. Yeah, just ignore it. Yeah, absolutely, Farmer Joe. Enjoy. We have a TLDR of important stuff for the folks that have been working this morning. Big FTD day today. For ETF FTDs, I don't know how many XRT FTDs are due, but XRT is also running. A lot of this price action could be the market as well, kind of pushing back against their price suppression. The market's running pretty hard, so you know, it destabilizes their game of trying to cover puts within a channel. So yeah, this breakout's significant if we can hold 111, which is the put call crossover point. There's a pretty good ramp to the upside. So if volume comes in, buy volume comes in, we should move up more. Check shift search. Yeah, I know. It's massive call volume today. Lots of sold puts. The amount of money Moonwind has made from covered calls, does he really care if he loses his shares? He's already had MOASS. I mean, he does because he's lost all the money that he's made from covered calls. Like the covered calls just fund his other degenerate plays and buy him ramen. Not enough move to the downside. Like it didn't really move down at 107. It like also stop buying puts on GameStop, you dick. Um but no, like it didn't really drop, right? You saw a 15% price decrease. With a low at 158, which might have been your best chance of it printing, and then it went back up. So not the correct play. This wasn't even bearish like breakdown. If it'd come back to max pain, then I might have bought a put for, you know, try to write it down to like 102, but it's, yeah, it doesn't seem like a very good entry. Also, you need more than like $1 price movement for your out of the money put to print, especially a weekly. If I buy back a CSP I sold, is the cash that was secured immediately available as settled funds? Sorry, first time selling one this week. I'm not sure. If you can, you should be able to still use it even if it's unsettled or not settled. Like you should, you won't get a GFE unless you also sell whatever you buy with that money. Unless you already have GFEs, in which case you might have to wait. You can never buy options with unsettled cash on Fidelity. Garbage. This is why I don't use Fidelity for options. It's just not the best options platform. They have good execution, but other than that, has anyone really been far even as decided to use even want to go look more like? God damn, two of you? Assuming 111 is sustained, what would be your next entry point to add leverage? NFA, obviously, just curious about your thought process. I'd be careful entering anything today. First of all, you're fucking chasing, right? Take a note from the people that got burned chasing in November on Frags Day. And don't do that. Don't chase. It's a fucking bad way to enter a stock. If you want to chase really, really bad, buy in the money so you don't get burned when we fall back down for the rest of the week. We know we have exposure today, but that does not guarantee a run continuing through the rest of this week. What type of SPY calls did you pick up this morning? I bought some 447s for tomorrow. They're up 68% right now. Looks like they're about to be up a little bit more than that. I'm just kind of riding them into the ground. See what happens. If SPY breaks 452, it's got a lot of upside. So I can buy options via ATP using unsettled funds as soon as I initiate the transfer. I mean, if you have a margin account, yes. If you have a cash account, no. Yeah, Fidelity, it's not the best. IBKR has the best execution, but Fidelity is very close. And for options execution, I would say Fidelity is like fourth. Very good for buying stock, like but their options execution is not quite as fast. I can't answer the question. It doesn't make any sense. If you don't have a margin account, you can't do that. Maybe he has GFVs. That's the only thing I can think of. He shows the SI for GME and XRT? No? We're expecting some upward pressure today from FTDs, but we're also not expecting much else until OPEX. Is that right? That's correct. I think we fail here and then maybe bounce. Time might be a little bit more consolidation than that. Or we break out. That'd be weird. Oh shit. Yeah, we might break out. Fucking XRT calls are ripping. Bought 218, 125 GME yesterday for 511. Should I sell now for 980? I mean, IV's dropped off a little as we consolidate. I would wait for a breakout or, there's a good like stop loss point right here. But this trend doesn't look dead. So like this would be like a stop limit range. But that's where I would set one. I'm not selling anything right now though. The trend looks fine. This may extend out further. Our consolidation period may be like longer, but we'll see. We need another downside bounce to confirm that. Or it needs to fall through. And if it falls through, it'll probably fall to there. I don't know if you guys can see that there. Hey Dad, have you ever been as close as decided, even as choose to use, even go desire to look more like? God damn it. Get this spy stuff off the screen. It's gonna, I mean, they're gonna look pretty much exactly the same. No, Jimmy's not halted. Somebody bumped me down to level 1. That's bullshit. You mentioned that XRT FTDs may have been delayed. Does that mean forced settlement pushed back so more FTDs past the 8th? It does, but how those are going to align is hard to determine. We would have to know how many XRT FTDs are due, specifically XRT FTDs are due each day in the now shifted thresholded cycle of XRT FTDs, which is a bitch, and I don't really feel like doing it. So yeah, there's more FTDs throughout the rest of the window, but I don't think they'll be that consequential. The 14th looks important. Yeah, I know. XRT is doing a big thing. Well, it was. Let's calm down. With DRS picking up steam over these last couple of months, MOASS looks more and more likely to happen this year. Yeah, I don't think DRS is a catalyst for MOASS. Tell me what to do. I mean, GameStop's going to track the spy, so if the spy fails, you know, GameStop will follow. Yeah, there's a lot of calls coming in. I'll make call boom puts shares. Jesus Christ. You mentioned the XRT FTDs have been delayed. What do you think will happen today? I think we might consolidate through the mid-afternoon and then go back up a little more towards the end of the day. Does it decrease your expectations for the 214 T plus 2 plus 35 pile up? I don't even know if that's going to occur, but no, it doesn't change my, that has nothing, that would have nothing to do with today. Also, we haven't even traded anywhere near that fucking volume today. Are shares same as entropy swaps? Sort of. Yes, Tanksimus. You see how we called GME and XRT to rip today? Who'd have even thought? Not me. Fucking fortune teller's turd. SPY recovered. GME still falling a little bit. We need to find out where the support's going to be here on the second bounce. Low. There. Tighten that. I don't love this. I think this will break down a little. Maybe even back to VWAP. We'll see. Lots of profit taking on calls as well. Yeah. That happens, unfortunately. Pull back to 110. Maybe even lower. Yeah, it's continuing to fail. So I guess we look here to the EMA 60. SPY is recovered a little, but it has some more room down too. XRT, same deal. Yep. Hi, thanks for answering my question, even though I've never donated. I've enjoyed watching you on and off while at work for the past 6 months or so. Keep up the good work. Oh, thank you so much, Refi. I appreciate that, dude. Will SPY have any effect during a squeeze? No, you would diverge from market trends at that point. Most of the reason we even see the effect of market trends is that okay, this is looking a little more bullish if we can recover. Is that our volume so low? Let me look at this on the 5-minute. It's kind of a big slip, but it's not that bad. Son of a bitch. If puts equal shares, do calls equal emotionally abusive ex-girlfriends? Sorry, your thoughts on Express chart and XRT activity? XRT kind of fallen off back down to the 60. Express is probably just doing the same thing. A little lower. I don't really know. I don't like this stock very much. I'd be careful with it. It's nearing a pretty strong resistance zone here, between like 410 and 450. So I would be watching this closely. This will probably run more like towards OPEX. XRT looks like it's got a little bit of recovery going on. S&P recovering a little on the 60 as well. So everything's kind of just bouncing on the same point. I think this is, we're seeing more like broader market shit going on. Fueled a little bit on GameStop by the gamma ramp and the additional FTDs, but I don't expect those are the majority of our volume right now. Thoughts on Schwab? I have a Schwab account. I have one of my margin accounts is in Schwab. They're fine. I've never had any serious issues with them. Sometimes their overnight like pricing on shit is weird, but just ignore it. It's always been glitchy like that. Do XRT cost same like Pigeon Whale? Not quite. A little cheaper. Just whale teeth, MOASS, same like Guybrush. Okay, you guys are taking this meme way too far. Entropy can nudge, but can deflate over time as well. Although bullish, Feb holds big downs as well as ups. Agree? Oh, I mean, it depends. Like we can move if entropy picks up and we start moving on it, like we can move quite a lot. It's very, very low right now. I don't know how many more big downs we'd have this week, this month even. I think hopefully if we can get a decent floor out of today and at least break this previous trend, then we're in a very good position to continue moving up into OPEX out here. This trend is continuing. This is good. And from a technical standpoint, this would definitely be a breakout. Have you commented on the fact that GameStop has a new name in WeBull? No. I mean, I don't know if that makes a difference. I don't know why it's listing it differently, but it might be. I don't know. I'd have to look and see if it's listing other things differently. They may have just changed something on their back end. What do you think about Facebook now? Good entry? I don't know. Facebook's got some other issues. Honestly, it could sink lower. There's some support here, but it could also drop down to like 210. Maybe even 200. I don't know. Facebook's got some other issues going on that could continue to see a lower valuation. Oh, look. The value, the premium of the contract exceeding the price you paid for it is what people mean when they say printing, when they're talking about options. Essentially, the value of your contract is up. I like WeBull and IBKR for quick in and out options trades. Greg is still friend. Yes. Ban Darth Dan. Okay. Did WeBull's free float for GME change again? No, it's the same as it was yesterday. 62.88. Which meme stocks are you bullish on? I'm bag holding some BlackBerry near $9. GameStop. That's pretty much it. I don't really like any of the rest of them that much. Like I'll fuck around with them and make money off them, but that's kind of it. All your Dans are belong to us. Incorrect. I'm not responding to that, Ben. Does G-Mini have any gaps to cover? To the upside? After this point, I don't know. Probably, but I don't know where they'd be. Nothing notable. Borrow fee 2.4% on iBorrow and 75% favored call side on shift search. Yeah. Wait, the borrow fee drop again? It was up at 2.8 not that long ago. Where'd my final pitch? Sad to say this will be the last Pigeon Whale month for a while. I'm now broke again. I love you all, Pigeon Whales, and I hope I'm not shunned for being a poor too badly. 120 safe. Thank you, Moon. Did you sell your March 120C? No, it's right here. Does it seem like they're covering as you expected, but on a different schedule? I mean, this is right on schedule, right? Like, this is our final day of FTD overlap. This is XRT's threshold covering curve. Just the worst. But yeah, this is expected. These are ETF FTDs due from the T+2 from December leap expiry. So ETF FTDs being covered today would be from December 21st, I believe. Yeah, December 21st. Oh, you can't see that. I read Moonwind's final pigeon whale message. He's not broke. You could, I mean, you could roll up into this Friday. So instead of moving them out, just move them up. Moon. If you're worried about today. Now we're moving up independently from the broader market, which is curious. It does seem like XRT is seeing some significant covering today as well. Still 2.8. Okay. No problem. Where do you think we run out of steam? It's hard to say. If we get more volume through the rest of today, we could really fucking take off. There's resistances though. Like we had this one at like right around 114 that we kind of just got rejected off of. There's some resistance here at like 116-ish. Resistance here at 120. After 120, it gets it's hard to say because we haven't traded that high in a while. Standard psychological resistances, I guess, to the upside, but everything's running but Snap. Oh, Snap's coming up too. Ooh, I have a few more days on those garbage calls. I was trying to break. See if they push here. Chop a little longer. A little bit of an afternoon lull. We'll see what happens in the later afternoon. It could get pretty spicy. He does like the attention. That's a big part of it. Okay, so the SPY is breaking up a little bit. So that could be good for us. Let's see. Yep. Found a little support here at 1250. Thoughts on XRT being used to cover futures exposure from December? Completely possible. Which may be why we saw it get reg showed on the futures expiry date exactly. That was, I mean, it got like, there's too many coincidences, right? Like XRT was reg showed on the 17th, which was the futures expiration. So it seems like they slammed it pretty hard right then at that moment. I mean, it's I don't know if they found a swap counterparty. They may not find one, which is ultimately good for us. Does GG have the authority to say short hedge funds and XRT? No. I mean, I think that would be more like the NSCC or FINRA, or then it would be or DTCC, then Gary. Like, then the I don't think the SEC really has any power in that regard. In rapid stock movements, when it's falling, you sell calls using market or limit. Limit. Use stop limits if you're having a hard time getting a fill using limit orders. I mean, GME, it's not just the SPY pulling GME up. It's the fact that FTDs are due and the SPY is pushing up. So it makes it harder for them to short the position because there's more buy order flow than just their own. Right? Like that short and cover strategy. This doesn't work if there's buy pressure. So if the overall market is going up, then algos are going to be buying into GameStop because it's going to track, right? And that creates buy pressure, which means that all of a sudden this pattern becomes this pattern, right? As they attempt to cover as the price gets higher and higher, and then they lose ground doing that, and so that also amplifies the effects, and then so does the delta from the call chain, and this puts them in a shit position. So they're like short and cover plan and then release only works if they're the only ones buying the stock. This is not an effective, and this is why FTDs can lead to increases in price, especially when their volume is high, because that means that they now have to cover with consistent buy pressure, gapping them up when they would rather, remain flat. I think if you had Feb 18s and, we realized some more price action today, not rolling would be foolish. There's not a lot of expected price action between now and Feb 18th. Maybe a little, but probably not a lot. All of the TA was pointing up because we'd fucking bottomed out hard. I don't think anybody's TA should have been pointing to more downside. Especially after our weekly green close last week. That's a 150 end of day. Possible, but unlikely. They'd be rebuilding the XRT baskets. I think they're just covering. SPY is just having the worst time pushing through 450. Oh. Looks like we're setting up for some more consolidation here. Let's just assume that this is going to see some weakness. It'll either maintain this pennant and bounce, or we'll fall through to this lower channel. Does it look like short hedge funds are heavily counting on a Fed rate hike? I mean, yeah, I think the market as a whole reacted to expectations of a rate hike, but I think ultimately the Fed doesn't have any incentive to do that right now. I think the economy's too weak for them to push a consistent rate hike, and probably too weak for them to sustain any rate hike they do put in place for very long. So I'd expect that maybe they put one out to appease political pressure, like 0.25, and then pull it back quickly. They have to be either making a bearish bet on GME, or they have to be long volatility. Lord of Nork. Reading the intentional reg share deal, it seems like that actively managed, or the algorithm smart enough to do that on their own. I mean, I'm sure they could probably set up an algorithm that does the clearing for them. Is that what you mean? Or do you mean like the intentional covering? I mean, they can have an algo do that. It's, you know, it's just got instructions to not buy X amount from the current like bid, or to not buy into gaps in the ask orders. How's entropy working on the half hour? It's not really where it tracks best. I think it's best visualized on longer time scales. DM. I can't roll it up. Seems guaranteed assignment. What if I just eat assignment and buy back in? Maybe, aren't you at like 130? What the fuck are you worried about? Volume picking up on the SPY. Cool. I am a full 6 minutes behind. Send you a DM. I know about the rate. Yeah, this isn't IBKR's rate. This is delayed. So the rate changes are delayed on iBarra desk. But yeah, okay, so it dropped. Okay. So it's down to 2.4. You don't really care about the intraday rate. You're more interested in what it says in the morning, like the overnight rate. Hedging with AMC. Looks at the last volume bar on AMC. Don't we already know, like, pretty much beyond a doubt that they're hedging with AMC? Oh, that was like a foregone conclusion at this point. What's your expected price action for today? I don't know. I'd like to see 220. What happens after that? I have no idea. It's a perfect... This is a perfect daily cup and handle, is it not? No. This is a descending wedge breakout into an ascending wedge breakout. It looks like. as long as that doesn't fail. I have the little time tags turned on, Trash. Thank you, though. Rumors of probable partnership with giants in the market cap are also possible because giants know that MOASS is inevitable, and therefore Jamie will be another big market cap. Doesn't T plus 2 mean that they have till tomorrow morning as well? These should be, that should be already covered, the T plus 2 window. This should be Reg T today, so no. I mean, I guess, yeah. Potentially, they could cover some more tomorrow morning. I have XRT 100Cs for 218. Why are they going down when XRT is big ups today? I have 95s, like 20 of them, and they're not really moving. They're just dropping. Volatility's falling off, I'd imagine. If volatility picks back up, they'll pick back up. I think your best hope for those would be if they went in the money by 218. Can you please discuss a comment you made a month ago about how retail holds options too long? Give your example for selling in the money strikes 25 versus 50 and the stock is say 75. Do you prefer to sell lower in the money strikes first? I prefer to bail on my out of the money strikes first and then slowly back out of my in the money strikes. The reason being is that the value realized on out of the money calls is much shorter lived than the value realized on in the money calls. Also, they're more sensitive to that massive increase in price, so the value realized on them is greater in proportion than it would be to in the money calls. Missed Ko-Fi, sorry. Why does a $1 make such a difference on the XRT call chain? You're either up 25% or you go up $1 and it's down 60%. I would say that the reason that the like the strike matters so much on XRT is it's traditionally very slow moving, and so the market makers price it that way. Especially if you've been holding XRTs for a long time, like as long as I have, then you know your out of the money positions are going to be very, very down until they're in the money, since they don't really have any other extrinsic value. You exercise, you're in the money, won't you increase value and you're out of the monies? So the order should be reversed. How? I really had a chance to roll my Feb 18s when we pumped a couple weeks ago. I'm gonna roll today, down bigly on them, March 18 or further out. Thanks. That's up to you, man. Weigh your risk, you know. I'm not currently rolling anything past the 18th. But that's entirely your decision and how much risk you're willing to take with the position. It has to do with how much capital you have on hand. Your stream is an important part of my commute home. About halfway through, the train dips through a tunnel on days like this. I hate to miss any. Well played. If I have no more money to roll Feb 18th, should I just sell when you're in the money? I mean, you use the money from the Feb 18th to buy the new contract. You're quick, sell at 950p. That's expensive. I mean, it's super cool if like you sell a 950p and someone exercises it immediately, right? Because you just sell the shares and you still have the premium. When are you coming home? We miss you. You went to get milk a year ago and didn't come back. Other dad is very stressed. He broke 4 beds this week. I have a piano recital next week. What? Kurt Cosley's love child. We already crossed it, Aship. That's how they make money. They make money on the decay of implied volatility over theta. So they sell the volatility. That makes them short the volatility, right? And then they just profit off of time where volatility is low, essentially. Break us back down this week like they did last week after they're done covering FTDs? Or is this action uncontrollable for now? They'll probably try to short it back down as soon as they're done. Hard to say, though. If they're covered for entropy, they have no reason to. Oh, we're kind of on the gamma ramp. We're on it. We just don't have a lot of volume pushing us up it. That could change a little later into today. Everything's falling off again. I close these. Do you think retail orders being routed to lit exchanges makes a notable difference? We're starting to see some like options FOMO. My DG shows that our current options chain, we should be around 140, 160. If we close there today, I'm going to be mad at you for not publishing last night or this morning. What the fuck? It wasn't done being edited. You guys were all doing grammar stuff and green filter? Not yet. Not till we break 120. Bullish saxophone. I see you're learning, JFresh. Sorry, I had to eat something. All right. Can we get a full bull move from you at some point? I did that once. So when Citadel hedge their short position on GME, ETF, and swaps, the end result is they earn money whether the stock goes up or down. Yeah, that's what hedge funds do. That's why they're called hedge funds. Use the power of Guybrush Shell. Check Discord DMs. I don't want to. Shids and fards quickly becoming a new memester. RC's tweet has a phone because the tweet has an app. Check this out for your phone. It's not all coded speech. He doesn't think about us, I promise. I agree. Are hedged funds same like crime? No. Can you put a Cardi View up? I need that sweet eye candy. Fine. We did break VWAP, so it's only fair that. Let's see. I gotta find it. Ooh. In some sense, are hedge funds just straddling all things at all the time? Basically. Did they cover OPEX early? Wasn't that what happened? They can pre-hedge it. We'd see that next week, though, not this week. Yeah, you really have to be in the money, Moon, for someone to sell your covered call. Like at 120, it's unlikely even the market maker wants to exercise it. It doesn't need to go to 150, but if you have 120 C's sold, the market maker's not likely to exercise it if we close at 120. Ooh, BP's going back up. Fuck yeah. I had a big slip today. I think everything's just consolidating into more price action this afternoon. There's a lot of swing traders that'll pile in with a closing candle over 117. Yeah, I agree. They're being very careful to not bump IV. So IV's staying fairly stagnant. This would imply that they do not have an entropy swap in place. How much mean much to you? Zach's investment research just upgrade GME to a hold from a strong sell. Interesting. A lot of people listen to their advice. Believe it or not. What dollar value would you like to see us at going into OPEX? I'd like to see us climb back to 150 before OPEX. That would be a much better starting point. There seems to be a negative correlation between meme stocks and crypto. No, you just see crypto dump when SLD is over and meme stocks run when SLD is over. So it's just, I think that's all you're really seeing go on there. When SLD starts, it's usually when meme stocks are reaching their low before OPEX. And then, you know, you're seeing crypto get pumped because they're depositing money there for leverage. And then when OPEX hits, crypto's dumping because SLD's over and they can pull the money back. So while they occur in the same time frame, I don't think they're all that related. Entropy swaps aren't in a DD yet, but maybe soon. Is it just speculation they do not have an entropy party, or is there just some data to counterparty, or is there data to support it? We don't see the hedge in place fully for an entropy swap. So yeah, there's data to support that they haven't found a counterparty yet. That and they haven't stopped suppression of the price. So once they enter an entropy swap, theoretically, they should have no reason to suppress the price anymore. That's when they should begin covering their obligations, so they can offset their losses. You're still rolling those out of the money calls for March 18th. It's a good question. Some of them are up. My March 18 200s are all up, like 10 to 15%. So, yeah, I might roll those. But we'll see. Today's not over. If we move up beyond like 130, 140 today, I may not roll. I'll just hold them. Because that puts enough of my calls in the money that I'm not really concerned about the theta decay anymore. My blood pressure is fine. I went to the doctor's like 3 days ago. You think shorting after covering if no entropy position is established? Yes. I think we'll also see a very low volume, low volatility climb versus flat into a high volatility climb. Because if they're still exposed to volatility, then they don't want the price to run quickly, right? Can you explain OPEX? It's the quarterly ETF and index options expiration. So it's kind of like all that debt they built up over the previous quarter is then realized on the OPEX date through ETF and index options. Also, some gamma exposure from GME monthlies that occur in that same window, but GME quarterlies aren't on the same cycle. They're on JJOW. So these are just GME monthlies that happen during the OPEX dates. I think ETF index are on cycle 2. Expiration cycle 2. What did the doctors say about your calves? He said they're getting a little soft and that I should exercise more. He also strongly advised me against sitting in a chair for 8 hours a day. Currently not seeing any ill effects to my health, but he said give it a year and it'll become much worse. So maybe I'll start taking like a 15-minute midday break and like go hit the rowing machine for a little bit or something. He also told me to buy a new chair, but I really just want Moon One to give me one. Oh, nice. Free super chat. Thanks, Jimmy. Easy money. What's your plan with your DDS Feb 18? Let it die worthless? Maybe I can sell it today? I don't know. This one's by far my worst entry. It was 700. And it's absolutely worth fucking nothing now. My other ones aren't hit as badly. Like I got a lot of them at like 3.4, 3.6, 3.55. This one was just shit. So yeah, I'll probably sell them off after today and then see if I can try to. It took me so long to get an entry into Feb 18 that I highly doubt I'll be able to get a March 18th entry, but I'll do my best. So F-Man and JJow are misleading though, because we're looking at expirations and those cycles like F-Man, JJow, those have to do with when the contracts are written and not really have, they don't really have anything to do with the expirations. So even though it does line up, it's not the same thing. And so you should probably avoid using that terminology to describe it because it's not accurate. It's not applicable. Are we just gonna slam our face into every dollar on the way up? Absolutely. They're gonna use every psychological resistance they feasibly can. JFresh. No, it's not you guys. It's Moon. Moon has to, I don't want any chair. I want Moonwin to pack his chair that he stole from me up in a box and mail it to me. Jokes on you, rowing's still sitting. I have an elliptical. I could use that. No. This has nothing to do with people funding a chair. This has to do with Moonwin giving me my chair back. He stole my chair. It wasn't cool. Then he's taunted me with pictures of it. I don't really have time with my classes right now to like do like BJJ or Muay Thai or anything like that. I have a like punching bag. It's not set up, but I could set it up. Yeah, I thought about getting a standing desk too. It seems difficult with all the shit that I have mounted to my desk at this point, but maybe. I don't know. It's just like, when do I do it, right? Like, I have 2 days off a week and I've got to like reconfigure all my shit and set it up for the standing desk. And it's just, I don't have time for it right now. So Jimmy pops hard. Short hedge funds get crushed. Then 5 years later, you meet one of those short hedge fund managers at a bar. What question about the saga would you ask? I would ask what it felt like to get fucked up my position by 700,000 morons. That would be my question. Like, how do you sleep at night after that? Get a stationary bike and embrace pure misery. Don't forget about how Movement stole your Trader Joe's money. I haven't. Pi-Fi, I hate you, but also I love you. It's complicated. I'm seeking therapy. Okay. Keep up the good work, and maybe one day I will make some money off of these cycles. Just hoping to break even today on my Feb 18 bags. For sure, man. I hope you do. I hope everyone gets at least an opportunity to roll. It would have been nice to know that they could slam the price down $100 below any previous threshold. But the only thing you can do at that point is adapt, right? My DDS March 18 just filled at the ask, no trouble. Yeah, if you buy them at the ask, but usually the spread's so fucking ridiculous you can't. Like, this one got filled at the ask because I wasn't paying attention and I put it in as a market order. But the bid was like 3.55 at the time and the ask was 7.06. So it's just like, yeah, I could get filled here because there's a contract for sale, but I don't want to pay that price for a contract that's really worth like probably like 3.6 at best. Book Fences by Tara? No, I haven't, Kyle. Good comment though. How do you just have all this exercise equipment laying around your tiny apartment? Well, the elliptical and the rowing machine both fold up, so they don't really take up a lot of space. The punching bag is gigantic, and that's why I haven't hung it up, because it would just be in the way all the time. Before the pandemic, when I used to go places and do things, I used to exercise a lot more. Not anymore. No motivation at all. Like, I'll exercise like every other day now, but it's more just like I'm just doing it so I don't actively push myself closer to death. Like, just to offset my bad habits, right? For poors who only have March contracts, what's your opinion on them rolling their few out of the money for lower strikes before OPEX, or just continue to hold theta be damned? I'd probably roll some. I mean, if they're up today and you can potentially get a lower entry in the next couple days, then I'm just concerned that there's maybe not a lower entry. Like the floor was already unsustainable, and so this push up could be held, right? Like I mean I expect them to push back against it, but at the same time I don't see an incentive for them to now that the FTDs are going to be like basically dried up. Um, I don't see an incentive for them to try to get the price lower again right now. As long as they can just keep volatility low, then I don't know what the point of dropping the price would be. Get a prone desk. You just want to see me laying down, Fluffiosa. We've got a great standing desk on Amazon for $700. It holds 2 mounts and 4 32-inch curved screens, 2 laptops, and my Pi-Fi Erotica. Nice. That's on the debt report. 15.6 trillion and 1 trillion rise from last year. That makes sense. You're taking this as an opportunity to roll your March 18s. I'm not my out of the money ones, probably, yeah. Closer to the money shit, no, not really interested in rolling it. XRT's kind of slumping off. I'm gonna close that. Oh, maybe this recovers. We're looking at a later day push. Interesting. Ooh, almost got called away there. I think we might move some more today. How did my March 4th calls decrease in value by $60? The price is only moving up. I was up 40%, now only 26. IV dropped. So IV was probably pretty high back here on the big run and high here, but this has been very slow. So IV has declined. And so the value you saw, you probably have out of the money calls. The value you saw slip is from IV falling off. I don't know how he stole it. He just did. I have March 110s. Would you roll or sell? I'd probably just hold those. I don't know. I have March 100s and 110s also, but I'm just holding them. They're in the money now, so it's just I don't really give a shit. Once they're in their money, once a contract is, the deeper and deeper a contract goes into the money, the more it represents the underlying stock. And theta decay slows down on the contract. So like once something's, especially something like my 100s right now. So I kept, as you guys know, I kept Feb 18, 110 and 100s, which was my last like average down into that position. Fucking Stefan. Fuck out of here. And so these are now like in the money. The 100's pretty substantially so, right? And so I really don't see any purpose in selling them right now. They're not going to gain a lot from implied volatility at this point. Like nothing's really going to happen to the value of this contract that doesn't happen to the value of the stock price. And so like I don't really have any reason to sell them right now. I mean, if the price continues up, I could exercise them. There's a lot of options, but yeah. I thought they were far enough out to control theta. I mean, they are, but I'm losing theta on the out of the money position. So I have March like 200s, 220s, 250s that are just costing me a lot of money to hold every day. I have a lot of each of them because they're cheap. And so I it's arguably beneficial for me to sell these and then buy back in a little later in order to just save some money. I'm just trying to be transparent with this, or I wouldn't even talk about it because I don't really think this applies to most people's positions. Some of these are actually up today. These are still negative, but positive, negative. But this seems like an advantageous time to roll these. Um, and like I'm just gonna buy back into March 18th. So I'm not really rolling them forward. I'm just kind of like freezing the position for 4 days, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna take those and like possibly, I don't know if I'm doing this yet. It'll depend where we close. If we close above 130, it's a totally different scenario. But if we close below 120, I'm gonna probably take those and sell them today. And buy them back Friday. Also, if we start to slip today, so if we start to head back towards VWAP, I'm definitely going to do that. But I don't think that applies to most people's positions. I have like 100+ contracts at those strikes. And so the rate of value lost for me is far greater. So don't take that and directly apply it to your own situation because it's probably not the same. You have to take your own portfolio into the equation and then make that assessment for yourself. Jesus Christ. How do I get this far behind on chat? An adjustable jumping rope. That wouldn't work. My apartment's way too crowded for that. Congratulations, Komo Dash. Enjoy dodging federal capital gains tax. That's awesome. How much money do you think your VWAP hat could fetch amongst the Dans and Pigeon Whales if you were to sign it and auction it off? I have no idea. You really want the chair back? Maybe he did some bad things in it. I try not to think about that. Hmm. Buy another VIX call now. Too soon. Fuck. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Change. And roll some of those out of the monies while they're still up, because this drop doesn't look good. You should just give the VWAP hat to the top donor. Also, FR, this is my last donation for a while. It's not because I don't love you, it's because of IRL things. Han, that's absolutely A-okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Jesus, half the chat just disappears. If the VWAP pack is the top donor, I need to up my game. Thank you, Darth Dan. And I only get rid of the VWAP hat if we MOASS. Jimmy just exploded on the German exchange. Weird. Explain options on a cash account. So say I have some options on a cash account and no free capital. When I sell these, can I directly buy new options or do I need to wait T+1? So you can directly buy new options. Definitely not John the Freeze. But you can't sell those until the original option is settled. So if you sell an option, you should be able to use that money to immediately buy another option. But this option can't be sold for T+1. That's kind of how it works. Don't tell me what to do. I didn't. Yeah, it's probably better to hold because like by me selling those off and waiting, then I lose out on potential upside, right? So I have to factor that in. So if the possibility of the stock moving up is losses that I have to accept in order to save money on theta, because that part of that position is no longer in place for those 4 days or whatever. Could the Feb 14 swap reveal be hurting their ability to find an entropy swap counterparty? Possible. Yeah, it may be that people don't want to enter them if they're going to be public knowledge. Start talking about rolling calls and the stock slips. As your number 2 donor, can you tell me how much I need to donate to surpass Han? I actually don't have any idea, Darth Dan. It just like tells me the number of times, but it doesn't tell me like a value on the program. Your chart has no diagonal lines on it. For what? I mean, we could find support here. There's some. Well, fuck. Sorry, man. I have $5 for the hat. It's mine. Sell it with a VWAP hat NFT, then it'll be worth badrillions. That's not a real number. Great content for a while. I'm WFH. Work from home. Oh, thank you, Goose. I appreciate that, man. So you had a friend that sold a CC. If that friend has a cash account, will that they get a GFE if they buy that back with unsettled funds? No, I don't think so. I check with your brokerage though. I'm not entirely sure, but I don't think you will. No. Even if you have unsettled funds, like usually you can call your broker and ask them to unlock them and avoid that. BP is just unreasonably up. What the fuck is this? Should I buy more at 33 for earnings? I feel like I should, but god damn, that's got a lot of shares. Maybe I close out these 34s. Hold on. Sell a new buy market. How much is the fucking IV on these right now? IV is not even that high. 36. Feb 2. Order no limit. 56. 3 of them. Fuck. I'm just gonna see if that fills. So 10 came out options at 117. Remember the quick drop last time? Still have 80 contracts and not worry about buying in at confirmed support. I'm much more cautious after November. Smart, Ghost of Dan. I already rolled my Feb 200s and 220s, or closed them until, or my March 200s and 220s, closed them until the end of the week. Yeah, it filled. Although we'll probably now just go straight back up as punishment. I don't give a fuck though. I quit 2 weeks ago and they're begging me to stay. Bear trap. You mentioned before that AMC is being used as a hedge against Jamie. If this is the case, why are there so many FUD articles published against AMC? There aren't. Media attention on AMC has been tremendous, and they're constantly talking about its bright and great future. They just put out those articles and they want people to sell. But for the most part, AMC is, like, media sentiment towards AMC has been bullish. For Fidelity, I get a good faith violation after I sold my 125 earlier and bought 130 with unsettled funds. That's weird. You should only get a GFE if you then sell that contract afterwards. But yeah, I would still just talk to your brokerage. That's the best way to determine what's going on with your individual brokerage. Not necessarily. I mean, the heavy short could just be to kill momentum. I mean, I don't think people are actively trading so much as they're just repositioning decor. And if people are rolling out value in their contracts, they're increasing their delta, right? So short term, like 5-15 minute, yeah, it can have a negative effect, but long term, it's even means an even greater gamma ramp. Cooper, well, why don't you compare today's price action to 126.22? Seems eerily similar to me. I don't think so. Where is it? Here? We had more volume that day. We're at 3.6 now. Yeah, I mean, I see downside from here. This failed breakout's not good. It could come back down. It may not come back down as hard as we did. We'll see. I mean, we could just watch the supports and see how it plays out. It does look weak, and that's why I started rolling, because this is not generally good. It could have been to kill momentum, but it could be to reverse the trend. They don't like us above this put call parity line. I know that. So if they can get us back below this, that's in their best interest. I don't think it has any meanings. Sell low, buy high, new trading strategy. Your TMs. What the fuck is this? What are you trying to do? Level 5 options? Level 4. Is this a naked call? That's a naked put. It's a naked 100 put. That's why the max loss is $98,000. Because it's the premium and then $100. I shouldn't have level 5. They won't probably let you process the order. Like, you can put it in on that screen, but if you try to, like, move past that, they're not going to let you do it. Unless you have, you know, a few $100,000 worth of margin in there. I've got $60 in here. Is that enough? I mean, Fidelity will have to hold your bags if they allow that trade. Are you expecting moves on Snap? No, I YOLO'd into it yesterday and it really just tanked. So I kind of don't care what happens with it at this point. It's climbing up, but I don't think it's going to realize the value I want it to in time. I needed to break this upper trend, and it does not look like it's on track currently. This is just a big ass head and shoulders. So this is not bullish right now. Yeah, I'm gonna update Reddit. God, I really hate to think that they have that much control over the price of the stock, but I'm thinking, uh, I'm thinking that with all the call buying we saw going on this morning, all the way up through this run, that we're seeing a spike in delta sense. So delta sensitivity this morning was like non-existent, and so we start running, and then I think that maybe delta sensitivity started to spike, and they've turned the trend around. I think that might have also happened on Jan 26, right? As so many people are ready to just pounce on options on a run right now. It's interesting. I wonder if this is something they can win. Yeah, this does look like a turnaround, so it could be. This has to come back up, like at least to the midpoint. So for this to play out as like an inverted head and shoulders, we need this to come back basically to there, and then fail again, and then if this falls below that, that's bearish. That's like a continuation of the downtrend. But not as many shares to borrow today as there were available on the 26th, I don't think. Does somebody have waited C plus 3 plus 2 for this mere 10% gain? Possibly. I mean, it was higher at the peak, but people are later to FOMO in, faster to FOMO out. It's true. Cautious. Scared. Borrow numbers and rate check. It's like 2.4. I don't give a shit about the rate intraday. It doesn't matter. It only matters what if the overnight rate bumps. 250,000, 2.8 shares available, but not being borrowed. Kirk said bearish means stock going up. Not unless we break back over that midpoint there at 113.77. What about buying at the money Feb 25? Not a fan. Might as well wait. Even if they can avoid MOASS, they have to let the price become natural at some point. Yeah, I mean, that would be the goal, would be to shed the short position over time and allow the price to do what it's going to do. Or get it to a point where they can flip positions like they did on AMC. It doesn't matter. Just ignore it. It doesn't mean anything. Media attention's really bad for them. I agree, Nathaniel. I'm not ignoring Gensler's announcement tomorrow. To reverse the trend, probably. How do they get out of DRS? Oh, because it doesn't affect them at all. That's how. Purple line is the put call flip. So after this point, more calls are being hedged than puts. So greater positive delta. Days of cover starting to creep up. On Ortex, it's 6.4. That just implies like increased utilization, right? Why doesn't DRS affect the hedgies? Because it doesn't do anything. It creates illiquidity, but that means that they can short down even harder, right? As well as our price runs having greater potential. Volatility is neutral to the ignores the cost, right? It's just like momentum. I mean, if DRS posed a problem for them, right, and XRT was simultaneously on Reg Show, they would just cash settle XRT and then fucking just start using XRT for creation again. Yeah, I pulled out of the monies at, well, near the top, like on that retest of 116. I wonder if this is something they can win. What were you referring to? Well, there's positive delta pressure from the market maker at this price, right? And so, they're trying to reverse the trend and bring us back down towards our opening price. But I don't know, with the delta sensitivity, if it spiked today, they may not be able to reverse this trend effectively. They'll have to borrow more and spike the rate even more to turn it around. I already did. Spectre. Still running up. Sir, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna hold. I think our best case scenario is hold into close. Right, because that means hedging. And that's beneficial for us going into tomorrow. If we hold this 10% gain into close, they'll have to hedge a lot of shares. Looks like this still, like the thesis still stands, Daddy Stonks. Yeah. It'll be right until it's very, very wrong. Hopefully that very, very wrong is to the upside. Get us below 110 is going to be very costly, but still doable and probably likely. It's in their benefit to get us back below that reversal line. There's already proof of synthetic shares, and the institutional ownership was 30% before the Jan sneeze. They don't give a shit. Yeah, they don't. Also, that institutional ownership just had to do with the crossover in reported ownership on 13Fs. There wasn't actually 130% institutional ownership. Fidelity shortable down to 96.5. Thanks, Alethea. So after today, what do you think movement looks like until OPEX on the 22nd? I think there's some potential for the 14th. We have FTDs every day continuing forward, but they're reduced, right? Like we don't have that November, December overlap anymore. We just have FTDs from, let's see, from December after today. So today was December 22nd's ETF FTDs. So now moving forward, we have FTDs each day from December 23rd on. Which could be pretty interesting as we approach the ETF FTD date for January 26th. I wonder where that falls. Hold on. We're just kind of stabilized. Let me show you guys this. So here is, so our next big volume day where we could have seen a lot of creation occur was here on the 26th, and that extends, that'll be Feb 15th. So I would say the 14th, 15th, 16th could be pretty interesting. Then we don't have really a lot of significant volume until we get to January 21st. And those FTDs aren't realized until, hold on. Sixth, 7th, 10th. Okay, so those will be on the 14th, 15th, 16th, and then, right? 14th, 15th, 16th. And then these through January 26th will be realized on March 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And then after that, not any really significant volume, right? Maybe some FTDs from today, if any creation was used, although today's volume's still not that high. So I'd be kind of interested in March 4th and Feb 14, 15, and 16 as possible dates of interest. Also, Feb 14 has some pretty interesting shit with the market maker FTDs. Oh wait, did I count that properly? Shit, I didn't. Those are market maker FTDs. Those aren't ETF FTDs. GameStop recovering a little bit. This is good. They hedge some shares, so we see some price improvement in after hours. Yeah. Usually overnight. Yeah, we still have 2 hours. Not prevented. Remember it. This has to come back up across that midpoint. We have to break this resistance. I rolled my out of the monies while they were still up. And I'm sure I'll get punished for that in some way before the end of the day, or at least slightly, but hopefully the data decay from the next few days offsets that. ETF FTDs are further out. Those are 3. Fucking Christ. So those are the market maker FTD windows. Sorry about that. I just wasn't paying attention. ETF FTDs for that time period are going to fall out on so it looks like that threshold period, so January 5th, 6th, 7th, those ETF FTDs are going to fall after OPEX. So like Friday, I think Feb 24, isn't that a Friday? Being long on GME, yes. We already know the price of GME is not the price of GME, but be long on GME. What? Stay away from options, you know. It actually takes you down to a grind. You could IV crash. Just wanted to warn my ape fam. Okay. We bring up attention. What's the figure on the resistance you just mentioned? This looks good. Now we want to see if we can break this. That's going to be our next point of important resistance. And then if we can, even if we consolidate a little, then we've broken into an uptrend and the trend is reversed. It's not frozen. There's just no volume. Thoughts on Theta, gang? What about it? Selling options? It's selling options over time is more profitable than buying them, but most people don't have the capital to sustain those positions. Did you sell your March calls? And most importantly, why? No, I just sold my far out of the money March calls. I'm buying them back on Friday. Because even though we're up today, I don't expect that to continue through the rest of the week. And B, I don't want to spend the theta to carry 100 out of the money contracts through Friday when I can just sell them today and buy them back on Friday and not lose that money. Active management. If you don't have 100 out of the money calls, you probably don't have to fucking worry about what I'm doing with mine because it's really not relevant to your position. If you do, then do the math, figure it out. If you have 50 out of the money calls, it's probably worth investigating and seeing how much you would lose. If you have 1 call, it doesn't fucking matter at all. Bro, you ain't buying them back. It's heading back to 150 quick. If it does, I already have a shitload of other calls that are closer to the money. So I don't care. Do you think it has anything to do with the RC tweet and GME app? No, it's just FTD covering. And the overall market pushing up. I don't even say FTD's had that great of an effect. I think the LRC is manipulated too. I mean, it's crypto. Of course it's manipulated. How can I hedge my 1 share of GME and my 0.5 shares of AMC? I don't think you need to worry about it. Calling it now. We finish at 4.5 million volume at 119. I don't think so. Has been buying the same calls at the same strike after selling them at a loss, a wash sale. If you sold them at a loss, I mean, the 200s I just sold and the 220s were up. The 250s were down, but I could just buy into 240s and dodge it. So I could buy 200, 220, 240 instead. Let's see. We need to reverse here. We either need to reverse here or here. This is more bullish. This is a little less so, but still decent for a climb back to 115 before close. Yeah, no problem, man. It's just, I worry that people are far too focused on what I do with my calls and not managing their own position and trying to mirror mine with a different position and different capital and different risk management is a really, really fucking stupid idea. Calling it now, 10 million volume, 150 close. Okay. Well, it looks like we're bouncing, so that could be bullish. Ooh, crossover? Very bullish. Indicates higher buy pressure. How do you feel about the rest of the week? Not too excited. I guess we have fucking XRT FTDs due every day, but I have no idea in what quantity. And they're offset. It's kind of a bitch to track. I tried to mirror your cat plays last year and it didn't go well. Ouch. It's gonna close 121 today. All right, Turd. It could. It's tough to break that line though. So you think we'll hit this like upper 120 resistance? I don't know. I sold a 250C and 330C for a 160C. Okay, so you rolled out and down. Every roll and rebuyback will cost you way more than theta. I 100% guarantee it. Okay. I disagree. No will meet you on the even. You'll be slapping the ask and begging the bid. You just fucking buy them on a downtick. They're super sensitive. Or a down day. I mean, they just fucking lose delta value over the rest of the week as they push us back towards max pain after today's run. So how the fuck am I gonna lose value by selling here and buying back in down at fucking max pain? Even if max pain moves up, I mean, I'm still gonna end up way better off. If it doesn't, I still have plenty of contracts. I don't care. Seems like they've kept us down longer than T plus X plus 35C. How are they sustaining this? Genuine question. Borrowing shares, actual shorting. Don't forget that we haven't moved into the settlement periods for this shit that started on the 6th. That comes next week. So all those massive put walls that they exercised and the huge spike in short utilization, that all comes after the T plus X plus 35 window from January. And there's still a shitload of XRT FTDs due. They're just offset by that thresholding. And then those are going to come due closer to OPEX, which is already presents risk for them. So, I mean, I'm still very bullish on the OPEX window. 130 by Friday minimum. We're still up $10 today. Stop being so fucking negative. More importantly, up 10%. This is a very good day. And stable. We're not fucking just flash crashing back to fucking below VWAP. Like we're kind of holding at like the EMA 120, so there's still some buy pressure. Ooh, if people come in here and tell you they're 100% wrong when I've made money off most of, didn't play in one of the run-ups that you've predicted since last April. Yeah. Good for you. Some haven't. I understand that. Does a trailing stop limit based on ask ignore your own order in the book so it can trail up? Does a trailing stop limit based on the ask ignore your own order book? Yes, it should. It should just be based on whatever the ask is at. So it'll move up with the ask, and then if the ask starts dropping, it'll probably sell. Just sold my Feb 18s 120 up 50%. Cool. You said you're rebuying your calls on Friday, so that means you expect some action next week. Yeah, I just don't expect a lot more for this week. I just don't think there's anything else this week past this. Unless we see this like bullish push continue, that could have an effect on the price. We are seeing significant call volume coming in. So, but we'll see. But my expectations are minimal. Nothing to really like accelerate the movement of the stock. We get some hedging tonight. That'll be beneficial. That could bring us up a little bit tomorrow. Does GW bar rate increase indicate they can't short enough through ETFs alone anymore? Yes. The short utilization means that likely with XRT on threshold that their avenue of share creation is sort of cut off or minimized. What would you think? What would make you think MOASS won't happen? It's done. Share dilution like last year. Yeah, any more share dilution would be very bad. Flat through Feb March would also be bad, but there's reasons that that may not be negative, right? Like if they've moved to like, if there's like a semi-annual situation with the futures, then I would have to wait to confirm a failure of like one OPEC cycle, but an OPEC cycle's never failed previously. I don't think it will again. Or it won't again. That's the NYSE ticker description being changed to GME NYSE new. I have no idea. Sold some of my out of the marches and bought a put at a test of 120. Up a fair bit. Slowly building back for exit. Congrats, dude. Where did today's rise come from? Well, we had the overall market pushing up, right? And we had some FTD exposure. And the combination of those two things kind of creates increased price movement. We have decent volume today. So I kind of tried to explain that earlier to people, you know, when they short our price down in the morning and then they kind of channel lock it while they cover FTDs. This is really good if there's no external buying pressure, but if external buying pressure begins to occur, then they start covering FTDs in an ascending trend, right? Because now there's more buy than sell pressure, and that drives the price up, but slowly. And then that can get dangerous for them if it slips into a territory where FOMO kicks off or positive delta hedging becomes a risk, like after this point at 111. So, you know, but that's essentially why we're up. Is it doesn't allow them to cover at a lower price, and so it increases our buy pressure, and like we're beating the market significantly today. Yeah, a lot. We're outperforming the market quite a lot. And so that outperformance of the overall market, that's kind of where we're seeing that FTD covering occur. I don't think Ryan's buying any more shares ever. The Hopium pipe dream, silly. He gets paid in shares. He has no reason to buy more. He can only own 20 million. Or not even 15 million, something like that. 20%. He gets free shares. He could buy some more, but I doubt it. And if he does, he'll buy them with options, like leaps. And if he's allowed. I think he is. From tomorrow on, he can buy more. No, I'm pretty sure he could buy more all year. Tomorrow on is supposed to be the end of his like gag order, but I don't think that's true either. I'm pretty sure his gag order ended on November 23rd. The C-suite can't sell CCs, Anthony. I don't think directors of publicly traded companies can do options on their own company. I think they're allowed employee options, and they're allowed. I mean, Elon had options on Tesla that he just exercised, right? His gag order ends every 9 days, according to SS. See, everyone's got a different fucking date for it. I just don't care. I'm sure when it's over, he'll say something or he won't. My previous employee was not permitted to trade options of the company. How can they cash settle ETF FTDs and the managers buyback on behalf of the short hedge fund? How do they account for the slippage risks? Why would they agree to cash settle more expensive, right? It's just written into the agreement. Probably in the event that a locate is hard to find, that gives the ETF time to find the shares. Because ultimately, if the ETF is allowing creation, the responsibility of the locate should be on them, right? Not the AP. And so I assume that the cash settle is allowed because the AP is responsible for the locate or the repurchase of the underlying. What's the pattern on the SPY? It looks like it's diverging. Bearish divergence or bullish divergence on the SPY is going to be up here past 160. It is a little, well, a little bit. On the near term, it really needs to break back above 160. Short term, it's hard to say. Or long term, I mean, really, this whole period is just bearish divergence. It has yet to break back anywhere near its previous trends. It's not like, at least before, we would reject off the previous trend before we went into SLD, but we're way below it now. And a lot of this was pricing in the rate increase, JFresh. So I would watch, like I said, 452 seems to be probably the high for this run, and then I expect some consolidation. And then moving forward, I mean, we have SLD coming up in like the next week. This could start to fall off again. Hopefully not as hard as it did here. And I guess that'll depend on capital requirements over this quarter or over this month. Didn't we have like a big dip before, hold on, we had a big dip before October, and then when October SLD hit, we just ran straight up. So we could maybe see a repeat of this, where we actually run in the SLD period instead of stagnating or dropping off again. That'd be interesting. Fuck up my VIX futures. Yeah, I know Bloomberg's everyone's, you know what it is? It's all the shorts are publishing articles about the fucking rate increases so they can drive more fear in the market and get people to sell off. In reality, I don't see an avenue for the Fed to fucking push like quantitative tightening in the near or long term. 0.25 increase maybe once, I would say. At most, and with a lot of pressure, 0.5 by like the mid half of the year, but in reality, I think just 0.25 once and then pulled back. And I think the market's already pricing in more than that. The economy is just not strong enough for them to fucking start slamming the rates. I mean, SLD, supplemental liquidity deposits. New theory is that you do this daily and continually answer questions as practice for your turn in front of Congress. Or some kind of Toastmasters for you? Are we paying you to have practice your informative speech template? No, they just ask me questions. The US economy is slowing down. GDP is already stagnating across several important sectors. You puts on the spot or betting on a crash? I have VIX futures that I plan to hold through the like SLD period. You know, every year that I've participated in this shit show that we call a financial market, somebody's predicting a crash, and they just don't happen that often. And with the Fed very focused on preventing one in the near term, I don't think we're gonna see like a full on crash. It's possible, but I don't see it. We may see like a flash crash type scenario. Still some issues with the VIX being super oversold, but Maxine Waters, Mr. Gherkin, does puts cost same like shares? Well, thank you for the question, Madam Chairwoman. Puts do cost same like shares. Selling lots of hundreds and 110 puts for 2023 and buying lots of weeklies. I already did that. I rolled forward I sold out of my out of the money calls, and I will be buying back into them on Friday. Predicting a crash becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like eventually it'll happen and you'll be right. Yeah. Everyone always predicts the crash too early. Like they're always early, right? And everyone bets on them because it's wildly profitable if you hit it. But I think more money is spent predicting crashes. I mean, look how fucked the short hedge funds are right now because they've been waiting for the market to tank for 2 years. And it just kept going up. I mean, the fact that they sustained the positions that they did for that long is impressive. I meant on shift search on me personally. Oh. I have shift search on my computer. I can look at it. You don't need to tell me what's happening on there. Thank you, though, Struggle Works. Michael Burry predicts crashes every week. I think he's just addicted to the attention from being right once. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's right a lot, but not in the more wild of his theories. Those tend to usually just be incorrect. But Scion's a very profitable firm. Already DRS a while back. I know you don't support the 100% theory, but should I transfer back to a broker to make it easier to sell? It does not really matter. I should just keep them where they are. I think the transferring of shares just facilitates the fast system and uses their shares as a locate and helps clear FTDs. So transferring bad. I mean, if you've already gone through the whole process of DRSing, why bother taking them out? We have a nice gap at 114.36. Yeah, that we're running away from rapidly. Where's that guy? I'm already more profitable than the fucking bid-ask spread. Are you happy? Tell me more about managing your 600 contract spreads. Tell me how to trade options, please. And I'm going to save money on Theta. Yep, you're still alive, Moonwin. Congratulations. It was looking bad a couple weeks ago. Very bad. But we recovered. It stabilized. The tech sell-offs, didn't all go in the same direction. A lot of value is retained, right? Again, dynamic. And my opinion on that'll be different than the opinion of somebody who's trading like long equities or like a long-term investment planner, because they're looking at a much longer time frame for their positions than I am. See now, sell a 120. No, you're paying attention to how to properly sell a covered call here. See how I have an option at 120 for March? I can sell weeklies at or over that infinitely, and it's hedged, right? Instead of just fucking YOLOing in to covered calls right before an expected run up at the bottom when they're worth nothing. Interesting. I'm not getting a fill on this. Why does nobody want to buy this? Hold on. Yeah, but I sold it at 230 with zero risk. $232. Even if we rip to 120 at power hour, I have a call there to hedge it. I'm gonna laugh so hard if the first time Pi-Fi sells a CC on stream, the stock rips. That's fine. Dr. Dan just got level 5 options on Fidelity. Yeah, essentially OG rules. Moonwind just takes his entire fucking position and sells it off. On like Friday, right before close, and then like $1 from the current trading price. How much money do you think hedge funds have made from this last month from options? Hundreds of millions or less? I mean, they made a shitload of money on puts. Are you talking about market? Market makers just make money on the bid-ask spread. I didn't say you sold stock. I said you sell your covered calls $1 away from the trading price on Friday before market close. And then just sit there fucking freaking out for 45 minutes, hoping that you don't get assigned. Max Payne's still at 105, yeah. I mean, they're just rolling it forward, right? It's been working well so far, except when I have to roll. Like last Friday. It's not a poor man's cover call. A poor man's cover call is a naked call hedged with a nearer the money call. Or same strike. But you could have just like Yesterday at market open, you could have sold like weekly 150s. They're basically just never going to get assigned, and you'll have tons of theta on them. You take almost no risk. You can buy them back if the stock starts to move into resistance zones. Put their pick. Can we put Moonwind on an indefinite timeout? We're tired of his constant need for attention, spamming the chat with questions, and praying not to get assigned. It was fun for a while, but he's doing this for like 9 straight months. What was the rest of this? We think he needs actual professional help. Probably. So mean to me, man. Why? We're not that mean to you, dude. You asked for it. You want to put yourself in the limelight. You got to be prepared for people to not be nice. Here's what I want stats on. Where's Roaring Kitty? How much money have you made selling fucking covered calls this year, Roaring Kitty? Be honest with me. Probably sold them at every peak. Fucker. Wouldn't brain sound like child's? Let's change Moonwind's name to Moonwindies. It's time. I can't even imagine what it's like to be able to sell blocks of like 30,000 covered calls. Ban Moonwind poll? Nah. Let's change. Oh, wait, I read that. DFE sells. I mean, he doesn't need to sell them anywhere near the money. He's got a lot. Let's see, so you could sell 20,000 covered calls a week. It doesn't even have to be close. The fucking income generation from that is insane. You can make $300,000 a week selling. Like if you sold a 200 right now, you'd make $300,000. $22,000? No, he has 200,000 shares, right? 2,000. My math is off. Hold on. I'll use the calculator. Somewhere. Two thousand cover calls a week. Sorry. Still $30,000 a week. Add an extra 0. Relax. If you just sold them at like way the fuck out of the money, like 200s. Like nowhere near our current trading price. $30,000 a week is 1.5 million a year. Thoughts on calendar spreads? I mean, when we're flat, they're not bad. You're telling me my weekly YOLOs are going to DFE and making him more rich? DFE is the market. DFE got the last real shares. Carl for Girk Jr. What's the over under for XRT climbing into the hundreds, 110s? I'd imagine if they push it off reg show again, then it will. It'll climb back up. I don't know if it'll hit the hundreds, but 95 maybe. Might as well wait till Friday. Why would you buy them now? So I can sell a 200 strike March 4th call, and my margin would be protected by my March 4th 145 call. That's a poor man's covered call, is what you're describing. I think today's push will drive further increases this week. I think we'll see some improvement tomorrow from hedging, but we know they don't hedge equitably. I can't sell 211 covered calls. That's weird. Trey saying he's watching the $20 on AMC as it's the next supply zone. Listen, props to the guy for being as bullish as he is, but he's not the brightest light or the sharpest tool in the shed. If you buy a long dated call, then sell a weekly call. Would my long dated call protect me? Or is that a poor man's cover call? Yeah, your long dated call protects you. You can also just buy back the sold call. You don't have to use a leap. It's essentially just a poor man's cover call is just a hedged naked call. Short naked call. Thoughts on selling a CC on a 255 strike? For what, like $4? What's the point? Why did you sell at 120 CC? Well, because I have a 120 March call that I'm just sitting on right here. And I don't think we're going back up today. Yes, there's lots of different strategies that you can pick. Go buy options as a strategic investment and learn them. The real FUD from MSM came last night from Market Watch when they released an article stating pineapple pizza sales were up 76% in 2021. True story. I felt personally attacked and glad I have this pineapple free zone to come back to you. You're welcome. It's largely that purchasing being driven by this chat, AL. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, you can't do PMCC without margin. BP, it's slipping. I mean, I just bought these for earnings. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen. We'll see. If they make some forward-leaning statements and have a lot of profit from the last quarter, then I think they're still currently undervalued. That's why I bought into them. If we go out here, like I mean, I have like a price target not very high. It's like $36, but it's possible that with good earnings they push up even higher. It's definitely highly anticipated, as you can see from their recent climb, but options are cheap, so we'll give it a shot. IV's low. Sure can't get margin called at 3 p.m. Not likely. I don't think I have any margin in use right now. We better sell my last 105 weekly or in the morning if we're expecting the hedge from today's movement. It depends on where we can sustain today. If we drop off even more into the latter half of the day, like through power hour, then you could lose some value. Be careful with weeklies. Don't trust them to hold value overnight. Why would you roll calls if you can sell CCs to cover theta loss? Why not both? Wouldn't that just double the money I save? I only sold one covered call. I'm not selling covered calls on the rest of my position. BP's earnings are tonight, I think, aren't they? Yeah. The problem with Uncle Bruce is he didn't understand any of the rest of GameStop's price movement. So he was just blindly telling people to sell CCs into periods of time where the price was likely going up. Like he was pushing real hard for CCs into the November run because price was elevated, right? So covered call contracts are more valuable. It makes sense from a long-term investor standpoint, but then it run to 250 and you get your fucking shares called away and you're fucked. I think the strategy and known price movements of GameStop that we understand present far better opportunities for things like that than what Uncle Bruce was advising. Oh, cool, Daddy. Have fun, man. How would I know if Jimmy's IV is high or low? You can look at historical IV. It's usually somewhere between like 80 and 120. The low end is around 80. Right now it's pretty elevated. The market maker buys it. Someone sells a CC and it becomes profitable for the buyer and they close it and not exercise. Who pays them the profit? And does it come out of the premium you made? If they sell it, it doesn't affect you at all. Okay, for real, Carl's not letting me speak. Ban win. I'm not banning Carl, and I'm also not banning you, Moon. Both of you guys knock it off. You're like children. Did BP report earlier today? I thought it was tonight. Weren't they aftermarket earnings? Hope so. Bought a bunch of this garbage for no reason. Son of a bitch. Oh well, I guess at least I'm up. That was unexpected. Well, down from that, but up on these. Wonder if it'll recover. Fuck it, I'll hold it. I bought Feb 18s. Probably should have known when their earnings were, though. I think IV went up, though. Make any sense. N24 320p is getting sold more than 2 so far. Abes, thank you so much for coming to Cornichon, man.
Welcome to
Appreciate it.
Cornichon. Cornichon. Cornichon.
It's 2,000 times $15 a contract. When JFresh DD? Probably tonight. I said $15 per contract. I was looking at 200s for this Friday. That's 2,000 contracts times $15. No one's buying 200s for this week. This is a totally separate conversation from earlier. Is Ivy lower now than it was this morning at open? It seems like it's dropping. I mean, Ivy spikes in the morning anyway. And then it spiked here and here, and now it's kind of, well, volumes died off really hard, right? Like if you look at volume from the like high IV part of the day until now, volume has fallen off really, really hard. Yeah, I know you can't sell 2,000 contracts. I wasn't talking about you. Why do you think you're the center of every conversation? Cardi VWAP has dumps like a truck. We were talking about DFV. I wasn't talking about you. It does kind of make you wonder why anybody with a massive shareholding in GameStop would DRS. Oh. Yeah, no options. Power Hour song? Sure.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
No, I went to go look for something to eat, but nothing looked tasty. Didn't order anything. Trims on this? It's too much shit. Yeah, I'm ordering some food right now. Hopefully it'll be here by the time the stream's over. Did FTD get covered today? Looks like it. Is Jimmy Reg show likely? That'll come later. So like after, if GME is gonna get reg showed, it's gonna be after they've started borrowing real shares. So FTDs would start building up T plus 2 plus 35 from, I guess our biggest, well, we started spiking in December on share utilization. So I would say maybe as early as mid-Feb, but probably later into March, April. I think I'm gonna get a salad. I'm glad you're back. I was starting to have thoughts. Those are never good. What were the thoughts of? God, I know if I order one of these salads, it's gonna be fucking disgusting. Why do salads from pizza places always suck so bad? Maybe they just have like a side of vegetables of some sort. Side orders. Or like broccoli or some shit. There we go. Perfect. Because I want salad. Yeah, this is the thing that I've noticed most about not being as poor as I once used to be. Like growing up, when you poor people don't really have good access to vegetables. Like cheap takeout food is kind of outside of like Chinese takeout, really just doesn't have any vegetables in it at all. Which is weird because vegetables are far cheaper than proteins or like cheeses and fats. Salad is for poors. Get some lobster. Carbs are cheap. Yeah. No, fresh vegetables are way cheaper per pound than like almost anything else. Yeah, there's a salad place near me, but I refuse to spend $20 for a bagged salad dumped into a fancy looking plastic bowl. Yeah, lobster was originally for the poorest. I know. I've read. Does vegetables seem like protein? No. I have to pick shredded lettuce off my Big Macs to make a salad. I buy vegetables when you can buy popcorn and support your favorite company, I suppose. Rip incoming? Which is worse, being short the US Treasury bonds or being a communist? I don't know. Ask Kenneth Griffin. Indexes are spiking up. Ooh. Who made your hat? A friend of mine who has like a print shop. How are you not approved to sell contracts? That's level 1 options. You're just not approved for options at all? What is the chance for squeeze in Feb or March? It depends. The higher the price goes, the more likely it is. Oh shit, I didn't order my food. Move your pickle. We go 2 more weeks without a run back over 200. The squeeze is dead. No, we could get back up to 180 going into June. That would be good. What? I almost made my money back from Adam Aaron. How? If how would it work if RC buys in through options? Could we tell? Not necessarily, but he'd probably buy deep in the money leaps. Right? Because those have a lower cost basis per share than buying at market. It puts on computer shares earnings today. I mean, they're probably way up, right? Everybody keeps transferring to them. Oh. Okay, no, that's good. Cut it. If you guys want a really good pizza tip and you're having pizza delivered to your home, tell the pizza place not to cut the pizza on GME. We're going to find out Adam Aaron's GME's largest independent shareholder one day. Feb 14 report on swaps. Could it dramatically change the SI numbers? I read it as showing new swaps since November only. I wonder why it's not showing for the September period. Oh, nope, that's garbage. Oh, why not? Because so it protects the bottom of the crust to keep it from getting soggy as they bring it to you. Otherwise, when they cut it while it's hot, the sauce and wet cheese and oil leak through, permeating the crust. So you get a sloppy, wet shit pizza. If you get them not to cut it, then the bottom of the crust stays dry. It is a good fucking call. It'll make all of your pizzas better forever if you tell them not to fucking cut your pizza. Just be like, I own a knife or a pizza cutter. Don't do that. This is information I came here for. Do you like coal oven pizza? I had some of that in Connecticut a while back. It was interesting. I don't know. It was good. Clip it. Technical analysis of pizza crust. Seems important. Yeah, I'll clip it. Do you mess with Papa Murphy's pizza? I don't think we have that here. I've seen those before in other parts of the country, but they don't have those in New York. From what you've learned, what's a realistic ROI on the wheel strategy in general? Just not considering GME. It depends on the amount of risk you take. If you're selling options on a volatile stock, you're taking a lot of risk, but you also make a lot of capital. If you're playing it really safe and hedging, maybe 10 to 15% a year. It's very good if you have shitloads of capital. Like a lot. You want a lot. Like if you want to live very comfortably off wheeling, you really need a lot of capital. I've been wheeling Apple for about a year, a little over a year. It's been pretty profitable. I'd say it beats the market generally. And it's got like a little bit of Ivy because it has some runs once in a while that you can capitalize on, but it's fairly stable otherwise. It's easy to move around the position. It's a little more actively managed than some other popular wheel stocks, but I think the profits are a little better and I'm willing to manage it. So it's still wheeling's still not something that I would say that I'm super good at yet. It's not, I want to learn more about it and practice it more. It's not a trading strategy I've really dove into fully because although it interests me, I really don't think I have sufficient capital to pull it off at the same level that I can pull off like day or swing trading. You can just buy QILD. Yeah. But then you're paying fees, right? QILD probably very good right now with the markets kind of stagnant. When you say a lot of capital, you're thinking more than 500, 700. I'm thinking like a couple million. Here's the deal. The more capital you have, the more risk adverse you can be. And so you can realize very good gains taking almost no risk if you have a lot of capital. Is there a downward resistance from the peak? Yeah. It's pretty visible, right? It's like they're probably a little more up. You should make an options course on Skillshare. You can make lots of money from it. Also, you have a great audience, so I'm sure would watch it. I'm already doing like financial education on the other channel that we have here, Travis. I'm starting to. I'm gonna build it up over time. I don't like the idea of having to pay for that knowledge. Like, it should just be free. It costs enough to learn, believe me. Superstock top post really bullish? What? Fake death threats top post. Max bar rate on Ortex is 10%. Can you confirm? I don't see any bar rates that high currently. Quest trade would be the highest one we might have visibility on. 320 puts, bought or sold. Let me take a look. This may be bought. Not a ton of them, but it might be. It's hard to say. I think they might be bought. Quest trade is still at 5%. Yeah, I went to college. I studied finance. Is sold puts same like bot calls? Similar. Different, but similar. DDS got slapped after running all day. Yeah, it's a big pile of shit. Very mad about DDS right now. Jesus Christ. See, this is the problem with high volatility, right? Super illiquid stocks, like, as fast as they go up, they can come down. Thoughts on Disney earnings? Probably not very good, right? They make a lot of money off their parks. I think it's 70% DRS. I'm just pissed that I have to try to roll my DDS calls and it's going to take forever for me to get contracts. I've never been in a fucking Dillard's either. Will there be much hedging past the purple DM line? Yeah, I mean, we're up 10% today. There should be a pretty decent amount of hedging. I mean, they also own cruise lines and parks, both of which are kind of defunct right now, right? What's a college for kids that don't read good, but also a school of mod stocking. A degree in which you instinctually know how to pick the perfect mod squad. What's your formal education? I majored in finance. I'm now in a MFE/MBA master's program. We don't know if institutions aren't adding. They generally don't make their entries obvious. How do you pick your nose if you stream all day? Don't. Why would I pick my nose? It's disgusting. I just don't want to listen to Dr. Dan talk about it, Elena. No. All of this, and I'm gonna have to work at Dillard's. I'm gonna make a greatest hits post of all the times that I was 100% fucking right. And post it on Superstonk. And then include a bunch of death threats that I get every day that aren't fake. I'm gonna have the ultimate karma. This is the way. Do it. This is like favorite thing to comment on, Elena. Can you talk about these death threats? I just get death threats from crazy people on Reddit. What can we see for hedging? Best estimate? I don't know. Yelia didn't update me on the sensitivity right now. It's not very high. So I would imagine 10% increase somewhere around maybe like 500,000 to 1,000,000 shares of hedging. No, it's not crazy people from short hedge funds. It's just insane people. They say stupid shit like die pickle, and there was some guy who YOLO'd like $430,000 into 300 Cs on Freg's Day. He didn't leave me alone for a long time. Who else? Oh, there was that one. I forget. I shared it a long time ago in one of the daily posts. This is because I love seeing the faith you have in yourself and your team and all your hard work you do behind the scenes. Thanks, Regard Skiki. Skiki. Regard Skiki? I don't know how to pronounce that. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much. Why don't the mods take that shit down? Because it's super fake. Like, first of all, when you have Reddit dark mode on, the messages don't come up colored. And then second of all, when they do come up colored in light mode, they're on a gradient scale. So each message is a different color than the message before it. Like it's a hue shift between each message. I said hue shift, chicken tender daddy. Calm your tits. How do you want me to describe something exhibiting color on an app? They're purple and they have a hue shift and they shift down to blue. Other than hate you, what do you think they think of you and your work? Do you think they're at least a little impressed? Who? Long live Pickle. Thanks for your infotainment. I sold an option that was green today. Congratulations, dude. Do we see a gap up tomorrow if we close around a 111, 112 due to delta hedging by market makers, or is this silly? I don't know if our run was extensive enough today to see a gap up. It's possible though. If we hold this put call crossover into close, there's a chance. Instead of taking the fake death threat down, they should just label it technical analysis. I Googled for 30 seconds, found swaps created November 8th, reported Feb 14. Historical swap deadline to report is April 14th. Oh, cool. So we'll at least see them by April? Or will they be reported immediately on Feb 14th? Right now I'm confused. The swap deadline to report is... So they have until the 14th of April to report them. Remember when I didn't have to think about this shit? I don't know if they're impressed or pissed or what they're thinking. Lazy. Need pickle rocket support. Eh. Put call parry is not quite the same as Max Payne. Sort of, but it's like a more accurate version of it. Max Payne is based on volume. This is more based on the ratio. Well, Max Payne's based on notional value. This is based on the ratio. Backwards. I want to go to bed. Why do some scalp paper trading with TOS today? Was doing some scalp paper trading with TOS and thought I was doing well until I noticed that my market buys were filling way below the bid. What gives? Even tried limit orders, no luck. I have no idea. Filling below the bid? I mean, I guess the best way to handle that would be to mark. I don't know. I don't know why you're using market orders to enter positions, but way below the bid. Just write them down or something, or log them when you enter, like log your entry price and then log your exit price. That'll probably be more accurate. There might be a delay on their paper trading. I have no idea. I've never used it. This clipped already? I kind of talked about it yesterday. There was a big, like a big delta moon. There was like a big delta negative delta exercise on 1/6, and that could be due on 1/4. Also, any market maker hedging that went on from the overnight run could be realized next week as well. I don't know how significant it'll be, but it's there. The negative delta is amounted to like 4.2 million shares though, so it's big. I just don't know in what way it would be realized or what was the purpose behind it. I don't know if it was to like satisfy FTDs before thresholding began on XRT, or what like the actual purpose of it was. A test of 165 gave me back to even on my option losses from Feb. Is that realistic for OPEX, or better to reassess strategy expectations? That really depends on, hold on. That really depends on if we see a higher floor moving into OPEX. So if we're trading at 120, 125 moving into the OPEX state, then we could see, you know, potentially more upside on that move. OPEX is on Feb 18, and then generally the exposure from that is realized in the T+2 period following. PayPal just had a 1 million share block trade. Check it out. PayPal's like cheap as fuck right now, isn't it? I should buy some of this. It's just unreasonably cheap. It's almost at like pre-crash levels. Does anybody know why this is? I haven't really been paying attention to them. It's below. I mean, this is a super fucking good entry for a long position on this. Bad earnings? Crypto forecast wasn't great. eBay's not going to use them. Oh, okay. PayPal dying because of Web3 blockchain. It feels like a little too dead. Web3 blockchain far from fucking realized. Interesting. I think Jeremy Grantham is right about being in a super bubble about to burst. I wouldn't call it a super bubble. I mean, we're not even above .com era like valuations. So no. Maybe entering one if, you know, if the Fed stays hawkish and this value is regained and increased, then yeah, it's possible. Please move your stick pickle. Oh shit. Ah. Where's my food? Oh fuck, my food's gonna be here any minute. My food's gonna be here before the stream is done. Son of a bitch, that was quick. PE for Texas is freaking huge at the moment. Is it? Especially after the massive losses they've incurred over the last few weeks. And also, PE10 should go up over time, right? I'll look at it right now. I feel like a few days ago. PE10 is still lower. And it even fell off a little in the last few weeks. But it's still way lower than the .com bubble. We're not even at the peak anymore. Poor shit. They're all just trying to drum up fucking selling for their put positions. They're all gonna come out, right? There's uncertainty in the market. They're all gonna come out and they're gonna be like, oh, everything's dying, it's crashing, we're in a super bubble, look at it go. Have you considered the entire market is fake and money is fake and life is fake? Oh. I've thought about this a lot, Tanksimus. Money is fake. Thoughts on Google 20-to-1 split? So I own some Google already. I want more because I want to sell calls on it long term. So I'm going to start probably this week selling CSPs on it in order to reduce my entry price. And then as we approach the split or I start to see a shift in its valuation, I'll start selling them in the money to pick up shares. How would a good halt feel right now? Righteous. Great strategy. Well, I want to lower my entry, but I want like I'd like to pick up another 100 shares. And you know, I expect tech to outperform during a down market, especially FANG. I don't think Google's going to go anywhere. So I'd like to own more of it, especially if we're going to have a downturn in the economy. Because if you get assigned, you have to buy the shares. Well, the shares are put on you, right? Remember that from the options lesson? So if you sell an in-the-money put, you get the premium, right? And then if the person buying the put exercises it, they put those shares onto you. And usually what you do is you sell them, right? But what strikes on Google are you looking at for CSB? Ones that I researched and figured out. I'm not here to give you free money. I'm here to financiatain you. I think Facebook will bounce back. I don't think they're moving into GMA, but no, they've got some issues right now. It could be a little choppy for their future. Hold on, I gotta go get my pizza before it freezes in the hallway. Average Joe, I did a video DD on this. You let someone else cut your steak, you cut your own pizza. I have a question. Would you guys be more disappointed if I was a big shill for Citadel or if I owned an air fryer and ate pineapple pizza? Poll time. Air fryer. Ban him. You're pretty bad at shilling. That's fair. You conveniently left out shill for BlackRock. It was intentional. You don't despise me, Ross. New subscriber that you definitely don't know me. You have a hard time even promoting your other channel? What other channel? Oh, yeah. Where's? But there's nothing to promote. Like, I forgot that I haven't done a lot there. It's shut up. I love my air fryer, you fucking shill. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Carson. Told my weekly YOLOs maybe going to DFE and making him more rich. Bullish. Is Moonwind brains same like child? How did I miss these? Hey, we might actually close above this line, which would be huge. Hey, what's BP doing? I'm making all my money back on BP. BP is doing a rip. Undervalued. Fucking oil prices are through the roof. What's that fun top yellow line you just pointed out? $15.99. Why $15.99? It's cheaper than 116. Okay. Yeah, today we beat the shills, but they'll be back tomorrow when the price is down. They'll be like, ah, look, we said you were wrong. Look at the price of the stock I own drop. Ha ha ha. Fucking idiots. Anyway. It's not ding ding. Don't pre-announce ding ding. Now ding ding. I do like this closing price of 115.60. I wish it was 115.69. I would have been happier with that. Nice gap back down to 115 at close. What do we expect tomorrow? Any hedging? Should be some, yeah. Are you still bullish long term on INTC? I think they're like one of the most undervalued chip manufacturers right now. So yeah, I don't know how bullish, because them gaining market share reduces my bullishness on AMD. But yeah, but like a 3 to 5 year window, it's going to take a lot while for them to like ramp up production, right? And their GPUs are still kind of shit. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Remember to tell everybody that I was right today. Friends, family, coworkers, whoever. I hope everyone made a little bit of money or had an opportunity to move forward calls or get out of some shittier positions. I will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
I'm not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.